Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Perhaps I could show the butterfly from the
is a
KF
technology.
store.
It's not just what you see. The butterfly carries specific materials which is developed. People say, oh, this is a GANS of CO2. No, it's not. As we say in Farsi, whoever has a mustache is not your uncle, just because his father is not the CO2. We have developed these mixtures and these technologies in a specific way that it interacts, it absorbs, and we have tested it. We see the result of it. We know what it does. But as usual, we keep these things as part of the structure of the Keshvar mission work to interact with the plasmatic fields. And actually, we have so much order on it that more or less now we have full-time work just to produce these. 2 or 3 people full-time more or less are involved in production of this. It's effective, and knowledge seekers around the world are ordering it in huge quantities. And we have automatic machines working just to make the windings, but that's nothing. It's just anybody can make thing. It's the technology, what we do with it, what we put background behind it, and what it is developed for Keshe Foundation. I developed this myself, and I know exactly what it is. It's not just the electromagnetic field, it elevates the soul. This is the beauty of it. It penetrates deep in. And it's with this, what now is, and as I said, now is a full-time job for 2 or 3 people in Keshe Foundation. And we know the way it's going. In the next few months, we'll have a structure just producing this in the factories. Because it works, people feel good with it.
Now, people have made the figure 8 out of nano-coated copper wire previously, but this goes way beyond that in terms of the field interactions. I'm assuming with the...
It is not just a field. It developed for the usage and elevation of the soul. It has a specific characteristics to it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Keshe.
So welcome, everyone. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, joined by Alex Korik, who will be our presenter today. And I'm delighted to be with you. And there's many knowledge seekers here from many different nations around the planet. It is July 18th, 2021, and this is the Keshe Corona Telegram meeting in English. It's called the North American team, but we're all part of the same team as we're moving into one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. I played a few products from the store. As you see, we went from the most expensive product in the store, which is the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, to one of the least expensive products in the store, which Mr. Keshe referred to these butterflies as being priceless. As he said, it elevates the soul, and that would be quite priceless. Again, the technology is space technology. Mr. Keshe has developed these themselves. Production is running quite strongly. Orders have been strongly, and I think they've run out at this point. They have 3 people working on it, and in the future, they'll probably have 5 or 10. Because again, this is the one of the least expensive products, but Mr. Keshe referred to it as priceless. We all thought it was designed to capture electromagnetic fields, but Mr. Keshe says it elevates the soul. And if you can find something that elevates the soul, which is the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit and many other products, it's well worth trying to obtain them. It works deep, apparently, and it has technology that's not even been made available to the knowledge seekers. So they're keeping the actual, let's say, engineering of the system sort of as a proprietary that's only held by the Keshe Foundation and Mr. Keshe himself. So again, we will go into this meeting a little bit more, but the products are available. Peruse the store at the keshefoundation.org. You can go into the store. There's products being added all the time. I haven't been on it lately, but if anyone wants to expand what's in there, feel free to. Now, we all know today was a spraying day, and I think Mr. Keshe is in Romania at this moment, so he may or may not be joining us. Let's start out. I know Dan said he'd like to share some of his feelings or some of his emotions that he experienced while being part of that meeting. So, and we've elevated and we've sent our fields to Bucharest too. As I said in the public teaching in Portuguese, we send our best to Bucharest and we wish for breakthroughs to be manifested, and they will be if they haven't already started taking place. Dan, are you available to share anything with us about this conference that went on
Yes,
yesterday
you
and
have
today?
also Johnny,
Okay,
and perhaps somebody from the Spanish group it's able to translate for helping in for understanding also in the other language if it's needed.
yes, I think John
And,
is here. John,
and yes, I will share my
Yeah, I'm here.
okay.
just your feelings, no,
Yes.
yes.
I will asking Johnny if it's available, if it's arriving home or it have the possibility to sharing with us.
You must have felt elevated just being there in the meeting, yes?
Yes,
I know Mr. Kesh said he was going to bring some Gantz materials there.
yes, it's the feeling of fields in that place is so strong because she having the how to say
The bottles?
the glasses no for eyes
Oh,
in front
vision
of eyes.
enhancement.
Yes, this. She have the pain. She have the gans. She have the butterfly. I touching the butterfly, and it's so strong the feel it's accumulated because in that room many devices putting in together. For me, it's like not joking. Stretching between the fields because in certain point it's finding the point interaction which create so lot pressure. I feel it, the pressure of the air, the plasma.
Can I ask you one question? Did you see a lot of smiles on the faces?
Yes. I don't remember if someone it's let's say like an elephant, no, which means sad. No, I see only the smiley face. The I communicate a lot with chaos because it's present that time. We are laughing in the room, let's say, because Mr. Cash always make a little joke and yes, like emotion. For me, it's I no I describe in the word in words how I feel when I look in the beautiful soul when I close the eyes or feeling behind the other soul, the other person. For me, it's jumping from one part to the other, from the device, from the other knowledge seekers to the other. It's like a marathon, pleasure marathon, for not losing anything. It's so strong, like emotion. What Mr. Cash is transmit by soul level, and we have also the some guy our guys put in the question she responding a lot of the question. This is regarding the conversation between Mr. Cash between us. We are making a lot of discussion regarding the past, regarding the present, looking for the future in the moment. But I say I want to talk about the feeling. Uh, let's say no joking, playing with feeling the fields without looking, only knowing what is it, uh, what device interact with what device, because when you are placing in the middle, you feel the flow between the painting, between the butterfly and the other device, and it's very hot because it's concrete. You have the air conditioner area inside of the the hotels. When you going out, it's, for me at least, very hot. The other person is spray me with the cup one because she noticed I suffer in the heat sun. But I balancing coming down to the stairs, up, coming up, and making a lot of kilometers in the same place. Perhaps Johnny, if he's able to speak, can share.
Sounded like many elevated souls had a beautiful experience.
Yes,
It
I
sound everyone his name Dean Dan is reporting. I don't know. Maybe we we need a lot of them.
Hello. Hello, Jalal.
Gianni,
Okay.
hello.
Hello, Gianni.
Hello, everybody. Horacio here.
Gianni and Horatio, she
Oh,
can
great.
testimonial, but
Thank
I ask John if it's able to translate also in the Spanish group because it's needed to share it with everybody.
Okay, and just talk slowly, so if there's anyone doing translations, they'll be able to follow you. And please don't reveal anything, if you question anything that's proprietary, just keep it on the emotional level and some things that you experience perhaps. I'm not trying to tell you what to say, but I'm just saying, perhaps I know Mr. Kesh didn't want everything revealed that transpired there.
Jenny, te ajută Horatio or John?
Horacio.
How you wish.
Ok. Dacă este John, pot să fac în limba spaniolă.
John, ¿estás aquí?
Sí, positivo.
Okay.
Hola, John.
Hola, Gianni.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, positivo.
Estuvimos en la conferencia que ha hecho el señor Kesh en Bucarest.
We were present at the conference that Mr. Kesh did in Bucharest.
Am început de dimineață, noi am ajuns mai de dimineață acolo. Nosotros hemos llegado antes, pero a las 9 empezó la conferencia.
We were there beforehand, but the conference started at 9 o'clock.
Y al principio fue la presentación de los compañeros y otros grupos que aplican la tecnología Keshe.
Some of the people that exposed there were from different groups are experimenting with the Kesh Foundation technology.
Fueron presentaciones muy hermosas con muchísimas aplicaciones en agricultura, en salud, varios experimentos.
The expositions were beautiful, dealing with the health, agriculture, and other themes. Very interesting.
Pero la más importante para mí fue el discurso del señor Kesh.
But for me, the most important part of it was Mr. Kesh's talk.
Donde, como siempre, ha utilizado las palabras, pero la información la ha enviado con el alma.
The information was through his words, but the most important part was through his emotions and feelings.
La fel și cu Ela, pentru că și a venit, domnul Cheș a venit împreună cu Ela.
In Spanish, the same also with Ella, because he's coming to with Mr. Cash. În Spanish și Gianni, nu în română.
También estuvo Ela y fue un abrazo de alma.
También Ella was also present, the president of the foundation.
Y claro, el ambiente fue maravilloso y con mucha energía. Campos.
The feelings we had in this place were beautiful, and there were a lot of strong feels going on.
Y estuvo para poner los dispositivos que han traído el señor Kesh con Ela, lo que se vende en la fundación.
They also showed us the different gadgets that the store is offering us.
Cada dispositivo que sacaba, por ejemplo, las mariposas nano, que sabemos todos que está en la fundación.
They brought each one individually, each of these gadgets, and about the butterfly.
Y sacándole de la caja para ponerlo en la mesa, he sentido los campos y la intensidad de campos de estos dispositivos.
When I took the butterflies out of the box and put them on the table, I had a very strong sensation with the strength of these fields.
Y cada uno de ellos muy potentes, pero las gafas también le he comprobado.
These fields from the butterfly were very strong, and I also tested the eyeglasses, which are also very powerful.
Y fue una experiencia maravillosa que duró, yo me he puesto unos 5 minutos.
The experience with the eyeglasses was a beautiful one. I had them on for about 5 minutes.
Pero después de tener los 5 minutos, he empezado a ver y escuchar con más claridad.
After 5 minutes, I could listen and see with much more clarity.
Y también he empezado a sentir más fuerte las emociones de los otros.
And I could also feel the other people's emotions very much in a stronger way.
Fue una experiencia maravillosa y os digo que quien tiene la posibilidad para comprarle tiene que comprarles porque son maravillosas.
These experiences were marvelous, and I'm telling you that if you have the opportunity to acquire them, do so.
So Gianni, you did
Yes.
feel the elevation of the soul. I know Mr. Kesh in the clip he said they were created to elevate the soul. We see it in the matter state as protecting us from electromagnetic fields, but he said these were created as a soul elevation.
Yes, así es. Y John, si puedes también decir en español.
Fenómeno. ¿Pudiste darte cuenta de que te lavaba tu alma estas mariposas y los, ¿cómo se llama? Los anteojos?
Sí, John, pero mi alma ya está limpia. Pero lo que fue para mí la experiencia, ampliar todas las percepciones.
Yes, my my soul is quite clean, but the important part is I could perceive in a very much higher level all the impressions.
Y también le he puesto Jetta y Nico.
My wife and Nico, the little girl with them, also wore them.
Y también Flavio.
One of the Nico and Flavio are friends of theirs, and they also tried them on.
Y he visto que también otras personas que se lo ponía para probarlo tenía que sujetarse de la mesa para no caerse.
And other people that tried them on, they had to get hold of the table, because if not, they would have fallen. The sensation was very big.
Sí, y eso porque cuando te lo pones, lo primero que sientes por un momento es la pérdida del equilibrio.
The first sensation you have when you put them on is you lose your equilibrium.
Pero después he podido sentir una sensación de paz y amor y un calor, pero no, puedo decir un calor frío.
Then the sensations were marvelous, but one of the sensations was I felt heat, but it was a cold heat.
Y después de esto, como he dicho, algo ha empezado, también los olores se han ampliado. El olfato, todo.
Smells, they're completely different.
Yes, también hemos traído del oasis para degustar los sirops de Bujor, el dulce que hemos dicho que hemos preparado.
We brought along some of the products we produce at the Oasis, like syrup and different jams.
Y todos los que le han comprobado han dicho que son maravillosas.
And all the people that have tried them have said they're marvelous.
Y bueno, muchas discusiones con amigos, hablando de lo que estamos haciendo.
We had several discussions and chats with the different friends about what we're doing.
Y aparecieron nuevas personas que quieren implicarse en todo lo que se llama la Fundación Cash.
And many new people came along that wanted to come into the foundation.
Y puedo decir que por la primera vez todos los grupos de Rumanía se han unido.
And for the first time, I can say the Romanian groups have joined together.
Y de aquí en adelante somos un grupo rumano y no muchos grupos.
And as from now, I can vouch that we one group and not several of different groups.
Sí, y un grupo que hace parte de una planeta, una raza, una nación.
We're a group that part of the one nation, one spirit, one
Planet,
nation,
one race.
Yeah, exactly, one race.
Pues os agradezco que pudo compartir mis experiencias de esta conferencia.
Thank you for letting me tell you about my experiences there.
También estuvimos hoy domingo a la primera parte con los compañeros búlgaros de Bulgaria.
We were here today, Sunday morning, together with the Bulgarian group. Very interesting.
Han logrado muchas cosas utilizando el plasma.
They have managed to do quite a few things with the plasma.
Y han compartido con todos los que han participado todo lo que han logrado y algunos testimoniales.
They showed us all the experiences they have done up to now.
Y de los otros encuentros con el grupo de Moldavia y Rusia, creo que va a poder hablar Dan, porque nosotros ya hemos ido a casa.
about the Russian and Moldavian group, Dan will be able to inform us, as I left early.
I'm
Well,
not able because also me, I go to home to train
ah,
because it's needed to rest a little bit for working.
it's okay. Sorry, Dan.
No
Okay.
problem. Gianni, if you could
Yes.
leave your picture there for a moment. John,
Which picture, Mark? We can see
yeah, the one he has, leave his picture there for a moment. I see he's standing in front of Lady Liberty when she was a child.
I can't see that, but I don't know what you're seeing.
And she must have waited till she became an adult and grew much taller before she emigrated to the United States. It's just sort of a little fun we're having.
Gianni dice, si podés dejar la imagen de la Estatua de la Libertad ahí junto contigo, parece que ha crecido mucho más cuando la llevaron a Estados Unidos.
Sí, la foto fue tomada en Francia, donde se construyó la estatua que llegó a Estados Unidos.
Yes, the picture was taken in France before it was taken over to the States when it was being constructed.
Yeah, but that was Lady Liberty when she was a child. It's just a joke.
Yes, yes, Mark. Yes, of course.
Then when she grew taller and older, she came to the United States. Thank you, Gianni, very much for that update. And I also wanted to welcome Johan. Johan, would you like to open your mic? We have someone from France here, and this is his first time in our meeting. So as we keep alluding to, this is an international platform. Johan, are you able to hear me?
It's not the first time because it's also the Sylvian present sometime
Oh, okay.
on the French group.
He said, it's my first time in this room. My English is functional, but not perfect. Thank you for your understanding. We do understand completely. I'm sure your English is way better than my French. If you'd like to say anything, we welcome you. And that's fine. Okay, if we can, we are creating a whole new world. And it starts with some of these conferences and some of these meetings. I know Mr. Kesh has been traveling around, meeting with some of the world leaders, encouraging them to sign the World Peace Treaty. And that way they would receive the advanced technology in exchange for peace. So let's go. And electricity is one of the things we all use in our daily lives. And we know when we get our electricity shut off, it's a very uncomfortable position for those of us who are used to just using a switch or a heating system or a stove or a refrigerator. But yet there are 2 billion people on this planet that don't have regular electricity, maybe an hour a day, maybe a few hours a day, maybe none at all. And they live this life. So as we go into the 389th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we're going to hear Mr. Kesh and what he's doing with some of these new power plants. Apparently, as he said, the nations are moving away from oil rather quietly and silently in the background. He said they think it's going to run out, but as we know, many of these oil furs, or they're not aquifers, but they're oil cavities, will refill themselves. This is one of the renewable things, but in our technology, we don't have to take from the earth anything. We don't need to burn anything to move along in the universe and on this planet. So what's happening is we're not reviving the nuclear industry. Apparently they're alive and well pretty much on their own, but what's been missing out of this technology is a safety factor. Even though they have some safety factors built in, they don't really work that well when neutrons start to run out of control. So let's hear Mr. Kesh from the 389 about this new world and this new technology that's being introduced to create a safe nuclear plasma technology so that every nation can provide power, inexpensive power, and have a safe reactor at the exact same time. It's almost like driving your car without a spare tire. Usually when you have the spare tire, you don't get a flat, but when you don't have a spare tire for safety or for your protection, you end up with a flat tire. So now what we're doing is we're retrofitting and implementing some new systems, some new engineered systems, which are sort of a gravity type of magnetic gravitational system that will not allow radiation outside of the reactor in any nuclear power plant. So let's spend about 30 minutes with Mr. Kesh now to see the whole new world as far as power goes and many other things that's being created on this planet. And hopefully I find it immediately. Doesn't seem to be starting.
Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation, a spaceship institute around the world. We hope it'll be a beautiful summer day in the northern hemisphere, might be a nice winter day in the southern hemisphere. But either way, we receive the same energies of the universe and we enjoy life in this, what I call dynamic UFO, we call it planet Earth, that we are traveling around the universe within our own solar system and we are totally ignorant to it because we are born in it. We never take notice of it. How it takes us around, we see the whole universe freely, we don't pay for it. We consume its energy to get from one point to another in the universe, we don't pay for it. And has become for us, we take it as granted. We cannot live without it. And in a way, is part of us in the structure of the life of the universe. In the past week, in a couple of teachings, we have referred to something especially for it to be more expanded on in the teaching of today. We have a reason for it. This is part of our set out with what is to come up with the peace plan, expansion of peace process, and negotiations with what we call the rights of every man to have access to all the knowledge of the creation, as we've done in Keshe Foundation. In the teaching in past week, it has been important for us to open the chapter, what is important to us, and it has been ignored. It has been kept in the backfire deliberately that we do not get what we used to have. If you were a student like me in 1970s and 80s, we had a Greenpeace movement, which every time somebody said something about nuclear, they were on the streets and banners, ban the nuclear and the rest of it. Because at that time, it was good for Russia to push the, what we call Western nation to work against nuclear. And it was financed heavily through the different channels to stop the nuclear, what we call development in the West, financed by the East. And then we saw Chernobyl, and then we saw what we call Fukushima. And we came to a point that suddenly we don't want to know anymore. And every one of us thinks that the nuclear industry has come to an end. Nobody's doing anything about it. In fact, what is important is that nuclear industry has never expanded so rapidly in one point, one place, and in different places at the same time. This is a misconception by many knowledge seekers and people who are just thinking about our work, that why over past years I keep on talking about nuclear plasma technology, not nuclear technology. But nuclear technology has never been so live. Today, as we speak, as I explained in other teachings, is that there are 15 nuclear power stations under construction around the world. We never had this. The maximum we can recall back was 2025 and 30 in plan and progress. We have 420 operating, semi-operating nuclear reactors today, but 50 are getting added today, are getting built around the world. We expect another 50 by 2030, 2040 to be start and going. By mid-century, we are expecting 300 more nuclear reactors, higher order, higher power, to come into operation. The world economists and the governments are turning their back on the coal and oil and investing heavily in nuclear industry, but this time silently, very silently. Is extremely profitable. Is one of the most profitable businesses governments have ever got into. One power station costs around about $30 billion. And when you put 50 of them together at it now and 50 in plan, you understand it's become one of the big gamers. With 30 billion, you can make many, many gas-fired, what we call power stations and oil and the rest of it. But governments are going for nuclear. At the moment, there are 50 sites under construction in 19 nations. It's not anymore China or Russia or United States or England. 19 nations are building heavily. They're supporting themselves for the eventuality when the oil runs out, but at the same time to be independent to support. From Dubai to Saudi Arabia to Singapore to China and everywhere else, they are heavily involved. We are building in UK, we are building in US. And their list is released by IAEA, what we call the monitoring system for nuclear industry. The whole structure of a nuclear has never been so vibrant. We see two heavily advanced systems being built by the Chinese in trying to process what we call high efficient nuclear materials for whatever purposes they do. We cannot accuse, but the places and the way these two systems are built are heading towards production of the what I call highly efficient pure materials. And so we see that nuclear industry is very vibrant, but you don't hear anything on the news. They don't let you. Just tap it in on Google it, and you will see. You get the list of the countries which are building, have built. There are a few will coming operational in the next 12 months and 24 months and 3 years. In so many ways, nuclear industry is alive, is kicking, but silently. But there is a big problem. What is going to happen? With 420 we have now, another 50 added, another 50 coming on, and then by mid-century, we have 700 nuclear reactors. Some stations of the past are getting repaired. Some are getting touched up. Some are getting revamped. But in any case, $30 billion now costs to put one station up. It was a fraction of this in 1970s when I was a student and we contemplating to build. But the thing is that this technology has become a cartel. 3 or 4 nations can only produce nuclear materials and then sell it, operate it, control the others. Nobody else can what I call do preparation. Nobody can clean the fuel rods. Nobody can do anything unless they do. Germany, United States, England to a part has tried, diverted from it. Russia and China. And Japan is not allowed to do much, but they're still building new nuclear reactors in a different way without many people know. In so many ways, a cartel has been established, and this cartel is trying to run profitably, each one taking its cut. And why I brought this subject up is because as we start negotiating for peace, not only between Iran +5+1, but for all the nations who are involved in it. Nuclear plasma technology is part of the technology of the space technology. Without it, we cannot travel. Without it, we cannot reach to the depth of the what we call universe. As we said, our plan is 6th of June, 2022, attempting to fly from Earth to Moon in less than 1 hour. This is what we plan to do as part of the Iranian program, Keshe Foundation program, and in bringing other nations to be. One of the reasons you see 5+1 so heavily on Iran is because Iran is cutting into the piece of cake. Iran can produce and prepare and clean up much faster, much cheaper, which then it pushes nations to look outside. Iran has the technology to develop build nuclear power stations, and cartel doesn't like it. The sanctions on Iran is 90% built for this to be stopped, that they can keep what they call the cartel. And this is part of what we need to understand. What are we going to do, even with the Iran nuclear material, which is in hand? The weapon technology with the new technology of Keshe Foundation is obsolete. Producing nuclear plasma for deep space travel brings a new dimension, new science, new way of living and traveling for all of us. This is what is important to all of us to know. We are putting one more step towards another accident. We are putting one more step towards possible damages by nuclear reactors which are out of control. It has happened to us many times. We've seen it with Fukushima. We've seen it with Chernobyl. We've seen it in occasions in different countries. We have a 3 Mile Island situation, even though very small. And then what's going to happen? What is our children going to do? What is the future of nuclear industry in these countries? There are 2 solutions: containment, finding somewhere today, or using a new plasma technology to contain with a gravitational system all the fields within the building. We are not offering a system to bury nuclear power stations material, a new knowledge, a new technology. In a way, gravitational field system to be built below the nuclear reactors of today by Iranian nuclear physicists, that on the time when we want to shut down, we switch these reactors off. Understanding the knowledge of nuclear, understanding the gravitational magnetic field of the creation of systems, we keep these reactors running, but we absorb the fields and everything else into the ground. This is unknown knowledge to the present nuclear industry. We don't need to find another hole to bury our own mistakes. And even if a system runs out, you won't see the system we saw with Fukushima, where the explosion will release everything out. We can develop, and in a way, we have developed a system which is already operational in one of Keshe Foundation sites, where we absorb, create a local gravity, and we absorb the fields inside. What this means, it means no nuclear reactor using our technology will ever run into possibilities of Fukushima or Chernobyl. This is unknown, and this is a part of the technology which we offer in exchange for peace from the Iranian scientists. We understand the process, and part of nuclear proliferation is this. Let us use nuclear, but we build a safety factor, which has not been available. This is part of our work in the coming time. This is what we offer, and this is what is on the table of negotiation. Iran advanced nuclear technology in exchange for world peace. In a way, we create a condition that no nation can create nuclear materials. With it, we allow nuclear plasma technology to be developed, but we don't allow nuclear weapon technology to take hold. In so many ways, what's the guarantee that all these 50 nuclear reactors built today will not go up the blue the first week, the first year, or somewhere during the operation? There has to be an alternative, and this alternative is on the table with the knowledge we have in the plasma technology. In a way, we create maglev systems, especially designed to absorb these kind of things. We need to do this. This is not a knowledge which we develop for what we call nuclear industry. This is a knowledge we have developed, and it's in your patterns, that we develop for space, deeper space. What kind of fields we want to absorb from the environment. We are short of oxygen. We are short of carbon. We are short of magnetic gravitational field plasmas of aluminium. We switch our system in our reactors anywhere in the universe, and we absorb the field strength of that to the system. We create oxygen as we need. We create aluminium as we need. This is part of the technology which will be given and traveled and delivered for the new power stations. What I said, and I suggested to our nuclear physicists, we need to make underground tunnel even under the 420 nuclear reactors we are operating today, to place these, what I call maglev systems, underneath them, that does not allow them to leak, does not allow no nuclear material to go beyond the boundary of the nuclear reactors. As I said many times before, we saw this when I was a student at Queen Mary College. We found out in the research that the nuclear material reaches beyond the boundary of the university reactors, and it was shut down immediately after completion of my report to the university. The following year, they shut the nuclear reactor down because we are radiating inside the City of London. In this way, this has been part of the understanding to bring this situation under control, to make a nuclear industry, to make sure situations like Fukushima and Chernobyl does not happen. We don't need to dump on top. We don't need to put concrete on top. We don't need to find ways to dismantle something. Doesn't matter what happens, we absorb it internally. The inner core of the planet Earth is made of nuclear plasma technology. We just feed it back where it comes from. In so many ways, the new Keshe Foundation space technology is not just for deeper space. We can change things on this planet. We can make nuclear industry a safe industry. And we take our position as part of the negotiation +5+1. This is the announcement from the Iranian nation and the Iranian authorities. In a way, we walk away from 5+1 because we have too much advanced nuclear technology to bother with the child's gameplay, which is that nuclear technology in exchange for peace for all of us. Every nation has to have access to the nuclear plasma technology to be able to develop their own space technology, to be able to develop their own energy resources, to be able to go advance with what they have. Why do we see Africa suffering so much heavily? They have no nuclear industry. And all the national resources and the rivers and everything else has been used to the full. A continent suffers from the lack of energy because they cannot afford 30 billion. And the West and the China and the rest, by stealing and borrowing from the others and themselves and their nation, are building these to guarantee their income. They guarantee their energy resources. With the new plasma technology, we give a balanced, fair chance to every nation, be it United States, to Africa, to Asia, and the rest. The new understanding of the space technology is for all of us. And that's why we teach so openly. This is what we sit for and what we stand for. Knowledge in exchange for peace. In so many ways, the new nuclear industry can grow as much as it likes. But for the first time, we have a safety guarantee. We have the knowledge to create these conditions that we can develop. We can enjoy the pleasures of the nuclear technology, but we put what we call safety factor in, automatic safety factors. We don't need to have a runaway situation when the nuclear reactor starts. The first steps of meltdown and runaway, what we call maglev systems underneath the reactor go into operation, absorbing it, not allowing the meltdown position we saw in Fukushima and Chernobyl. This is part of our new technology. This is part of the Keshe Foundation technology in conjunction and cooperation with the Iranian nuclear industry. The technology belongs to all of us, and we should have the benefit of it. In so many ways, no one can build any more nuclear reactors unless we have certification that the material system underneath the building works, can absorb, cannot allow radiation out. It's the same as we said in the system we have built for the space technology. We protect ourselves with shielding for the first time. We have a protection that nothing can come in. This time we absorb that nothing can get out. In so many ways, understanding of the new technology in the nuclear industry cannot go further if the technology of the new plasma technology as the nuclear side of it is not understood. We offer technology in exchange for peace from the Keshe Foundation to world governments. In so many ways, nuclear industry becomes the savior for all of us. In a way, we can use the materials from the nuclear reactors in an appropriate way to build the stations, to build reactors, can take man to the depths of the universe. As I said before, there are 3 different kinds of radiation. And as the knowledge of the man increases and expands, then man can expect to travel deeper, to travel faster, to break barriers of the nation's color and race, does not matter on planet Earth or beyond. In so many ways, today's teaching is very simple. We have to think the correct way for all of us. We have to bring apparatus and systems that protect all of us. We have to expand the knowledge of humanity beyond the present dimension. This technology sits for that purpose. In so many ways, the new dimensions of the understanding of dynamic plasma, even for example, in case of corona, will be very easy. You just need to put a system in the middle of the city which absorbs the strength of the virus. 1 second there, 1 second not there. This is what we have developed in the Keshe Foundation, new what we call enhancement units. In so many ways that in a spaceship of tomorrow, if we come across a field strength that could be behaving or endanger all of us, we just need to tune into the strength and what we call extract. The same thing as we do with the nuclear reactors if they run away. We extract a specific field strength. In so many ways, we have fire detectors, we have smoke detectors. Now we can develop technology which extracts and detects and protects nuclear reactors, nuclear industry, even to be on a spaceship, what we call plasma reactors. We open a new horizon in the world of science and technology. And as I recommended to my leaders in Iran and the Iranian new president, we walk away from 5+1 because we are the totality of the knowledge put together and we have more to offer. Our knowledge as the knowledge seekers of what we call nuclear industry should be a credit, not a danger, not to be perceived danger. Iran has to be what we call part of the nuclear cartel, that we provide the exclusivity of technology for safety and extraction of nuclear material from power stations. In a way, as I said to my leaders, no nuclear power station should be built unless it's certified by the Iranian nuclear physicist safety people that it has a capability to extract all radiations from the environment of the nuclear reactor into the ground. In a way, we bring a new dimension. In a way, we bring a new technology. And in a way, we have to be part of the new space technology as knowledge seekers, as Keshe Foundation, as a one nation. And so
Okay, so we have a safety factor now. I think this video and the ones to come should be widely disseminated to nations building plants in the nuclear industry, to chat groups that they have, at least get them talking. And then they will see the systems in the very near future. As Mr. Keshe said, they already have one set up at some point in some location that's already have a proof of principle. So thank you all for listening to that. And hopefully, if you know anyone working in the industry, share this video with them, share the knowledge with them. They all know it's relatively not safe, even though there are safety factors built in. If the thing goes critical, I guess everybody just runs the other way as fast as they can, and then start pouring concrete or water or ineffective methods to stop it, as we've seen. So we can create much energy on this planet safely and elevate the souls that would receive the electricity with no worries of it going critical. Because as he said, we can do the same with the corona, put a system right in the center of the city and absorb it. Now, today was what Rick has named Spray Day, where we spray the Dome of Peace in place. But I think we'll wait to see if Liliana joins us maybe a little later, and we'll play the request of Mr. Kesh to spray on Sundays to create a Dome of Peace. I noticed Salamia has joined us. Let me see if she's still here. We asked, oh, thank you, Alex. We asked Dan and Gianni to share any of their emotions that they had with the conference in Bucharest. I don't know if you attended it, but if you could take a minute or two, would you share your emotions with us or your thoughts without revealing anything that shouldn't be revealed? Ms. Salamia? It looks like.
Hello. Hello,
dear.
everybody.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. It was a lovely atmosphere, more than 200 people. And
just general, no specifics as far as any knowledge that Mr. Kesh does not want, but just your emotions and how you felt there and being with the others. Dan seemed to think the groups were sort of coming together in an even closer manner.
yeah, we had 2 days, one for Romanian and second for other people from other countries. In the first day, it was very crowded, but in the second, no, so crowded. And in the end, they had a small party reception and good planning for the future. I will inform you next time, because I have to ask what I am allowed to say and what I am not allowed to say.
Very well. Very well.
And I have to consult my group from Romania. I didn't have time to. Last night we had a long talk. At 11 o'clock, people was waiting to speak by groups with Mr. Kesh, and our group just give it the opportunity to other people which was far away from Bucharest, to give them the opportunity. So
overall, it was very elevated.
It was lovely that it is a first conference with scientists for the sharing knowledge for the peace process. First conference from this series, and I hope it will be more in the future in many countries. For me, it was better to be on Zoom, because if it is in Zoom, many people from around the globe could participate. But as far as I understood, in Linz will be online, all conferences, and this is great, with presence and online too.
Thank you, Romania, for hosting
yes,
this
because
conference.
many people would like to participate, but it was not enough places, and it was difficult to travel, to not easy. I mean,
But it was worth it.
expensive to travel, and some people cannot afford because they are retired. Many friends are retired, and it's not easy. I mean, so it's in the future maybe a small part to be online in this way, to show to people the solidarity and to have a common message for all the knowledge seekers. We will wait for Kiev TV, and hopefully Kiev TV it will work in the future, and everything will be okay. And you will have also the opportunity to see, and all knowledge seeker which didn't have the opportunity to participate.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you get to try on the vision enhancement? Salamia.
Vision?
The vision enhancement glasses. Gianni said he tried it on. I think Dan indicated he tried it as well. I was just wondering if Gianni was spinning, like he said he lost a little bit of orientation. Was he spinning like a Sufi? Not physically spinning, but in the world of plasma spinning.
Yeah, I have my
bubbles.
own experience. I'm doing every night and every morning my exercises, special exercises.
And as we
maybe other people can share, and if they want to share, if not, maybe today I didn't have time to go to Liliana's. I escaped Liliana's. I'm sorry.
Okay,
But
well,
I did from my with my intention.
yes, myself as well. And of course, the vision enhancement unit is in the glasses are in the Keshe Foundation store. Everyone can take a look at them. And they're to be used, as Mr. Keshe has said, in conjunction with the butterflies and the air enhancement system. So it is a package that he is offering as a helping hand.
And now we have a mask. A mask
Yes,
for
yes, I'm
for
going to,
peace. Yes.
yes, I'm going to hopefully show that a little later.
Yeah.
Alex, are you right? Thank you, Salamia, very much. Is there anything you wanted to add?
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with all of us. Alex, are you ready to go? I've pulled up the disclaimer if you'd like me to play it for you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good day, everybody. And fire away, Mark, please.
Okay, I'm going to take the screen and we're going to bring up the, just a minute. I don't see it here for some reason.
Oh, I went too soon.
Okay, let me make sure I'm sharing the screen properly. For some reason, it didn't, it did not.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay, let me escape out of that. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very
Disclaimer:
much, Mark.
the information and education material.
Good day, everybody.
Thank you, Alex. Please take over. All right, we see your screen.
It's a beautiful Sunday in North America. And this is part and will be part of the Keshe Foundation TV Spaceship Institute. And as you can see, we are growing with the number of members that we have. And this is where science meets the soul. And it's the soul of man, and it's the soul of peace. That's what it's all about. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute class in plasma science. We've called this the intermediate understanding level. The subject today is inertia. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is July the 18th, 2021. And this is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. We've been trying to put the basic teachings together. And we started in the fall of last year. And of course, terminology was important. And we continue to add more terminology. We're adding a very important word today. And what's beautiful is that we've been able to apply this in various forms. And so we did have what we call basic teaching, and then we went into intermediate teaching and advanced teaching. But all of that was part of the basic teaching, you see. So we're just extending this basic teaching into the basic understanding. And for the last couple of months, we've been going through the subjects that you can see here. So we're trying to condense over 3,000 hours, and we're almost failing at that because there's so many classes. However, we are able to make some kind of organized progression here. As we continue in our intermediate understanding, we focused very heavily in the last few weeks on divergence, convergence, and conversion. And this knowledge, I must emphasize, is for new students, for mature students, and especially for teachers. So as we've been using the terminology, we've been using it in different contexts, but the most important thing is to use it in the right sequence, to use it in the right format, to have the right meaning at the right time. And this is a subject that I wanted to talk about for a very, very long time. However, we needed to build up to it. And today is very appropriate to talk about inertia because there's a conflict in terms of the terminology. In terms of plasma terminology, magnetical and gravitational are the two most important terminologies that identifies how energy is in motion. And we need to understand that when we're talking about plasma, it is natural. So we say it's a natural plasma. Yes, it is. And whether it's magnetical or gravitational is determined by susceptibility. And so the susceptibility goes through various geometries and various dimensions. And we're going to carry on with these dimensions in the next few weeks as things are changing. And they are changing, and that's why it's so important to discuss about inertia. See, there's a big difference when we look at the universal order of creation of matters as outlined in book number 1 by Mr. Keshe. There's a lot of opposition to this because it's kind of upsetting the basic physics. Well, the basic physics has been upsetting everything up until now. So, you know, it goes both ways. And this is one of the things that we found in book number 2 with the structure of light, that the structure of light is kind of the transmission between two plasmas. And in order to go from one to the other, there has to be a communication that goes from the other to the first. So we need to figure out, what is our point of view? Are we backwards or are we upside down? And it really doesn't much matter. What does matter is to understand our orientation. It was interesting to hear how the orientations change when people put on the plasma eyewear, and how they were losing their orientation. I went through this type of revelation many years ago, 30 years ago. And, what happens, you just lose your balance, and that's what it is. And, me personally, hard to believe, I fell out of bed. And it's not that I was sleeping and rolled out. I was conscious, quite conscious. And once you get the revelation as to what the truth is, it can be very upsetting or disorienting. And so we need to have some kind of reference to this transmission of information. And so we associate that with the x-axis and rotation. And then there's a transition. And that transition, we can understand that follows the y-axis, which goes through the poles. But that is just a reference. It doesn't have to go through the poles. It can go through anywhere. It can go through anywhere in the field. And then how big is this field? And that's where the transmutation comes in. And so all in all, we're always talking about transmutation because this transmutation involves field strength. And then we refer to that as the z-axis. And what we're going to talk about in the coming weeks is the expansion of the understanding of transmutation, how it involves transformation and transportation, which are really two words of the same thing, but they involve different dimensions. And the dimension that's most important is the plasma dimension. And so the plasma sits at the core, and it is always positioning itself. And so when it's positioning, it has to position to something, and that is another plasma. And when these two plasmas interact, they create a dynamism. That's what we're going to talk about today. Because to create the plasma, there's energy in motion, but to interact also, there's energy in motion. And then we find that this goes through various geometries. And it involves a soul. So our soul has dimensions. And our soul interacts with our emotions. And our emotions have dimensions. And then we have our physicality, which right now is working on this planet Earth. And the range is between the ground and the sky. And we can transcend to the higher levels of energy without leaving planet Earth. And what is the difference between being on Earth or being in space? And when are we in space and when are we on Earth? If we are on an Earth spaceship, then we're already in space. But that's not the way we look at it, is it? So why is it that we're looking at this as our inside of our spaceship? And in fact, our body is our own spaceship. So what we have is a spaceship within a spaceship. How did we get here? So as we talk about terminology and we discover, well, what is the old definition of inertia? Well, it's a tendency to do nothing or to remain unchanged. In physics, it's a property of matter by which it continues in its existing state of rest or uniform motion and in a straight line, unless that state is changed by an external force. The power required to overcome friction and the inertia of the moving parts, if you will. So we say inertia is the resistance of any physical object to any change in its velocity. So this includes changes to the object's speed or direction of motion. An aspect of this property is the tendency of objects to keep moving in a straight line at a constant speed when no forces act upon them. So I think we've all grown up and learned enough to see through this definition, shall we call it, of which the most important aspect is the tendency to do nothing. And this is where we run into problems on this planet, you see, because we know that energy is always in motion. And so we place a lot of emphasis on biblical prophecy. And the thing about these prophecies is that they assume that there are no changes. So the prophecy is based on the point of view at the time of the declaration of the prophecy. And if things don't change, and if we continue to look at the, how shall we say it, the importance of these prophecies, then they become self-fulfilling. I think these prophecies are warnings. And so the fulfillment of these prophecies is actually warnings that go unheeded. And so that was where we are today on Earth. And so to maintain the lack of change, we really emblazon, or how shall we say it, we cherish our traditions, which are time-honored methods that prevent us from doing things better. And then, of course, there are conspiracy theories, right? And you find that this is a classification of knowledge put forward by those who wish to preserve their lives, preserving their lives as if some kind of prophecy fulfillment or the preservation of a tradition. So what does that do to your belief structure? So we find that lies repeated often enough tend to become true, or are true for the sake of our souls. So those who, pound the lies are doing so for the sake of their souls at the expense of our souls. But if they're repeated often enough, then they tend to become true. And so this is the inertia of knowledge. And the knowledge is a transition from a lack of knowledge to more of knowledge. And in that process, as knowledge seekers, I've said many times, we become truth seekers. And does that matter? What difference does it make? But it's interesting when we talk about inertia and how we talk about wanting to keep things the same without allowing any new force to come in. So then by extension, we can say that if the plasma science is considered a lie, then by extension, through the constant suppression that we face, and for the sake of our souls, it must be true. Yeah, what goes around comes around. Hello. The creation of the universe. Do we really care? All we want was the cups of life. Well, yes. Well, because we're here. Why did we come here? Where do we come from? So it's important to know that the universe exists from energy. So energy is always in motion. So the energy is always there. It doesn't go in a straight line. And the direction it goes is called a charge. So energy has a charge in motion. This is how the universe is created. So it's time for us to turn things around, change our point of view, and understand that the basis of principal matter starts with PM ticks, which are energy traveling through space. And when they interact together and they create a force field. And a balanced force field is a maggrav. This is the essence of creation. And so we have to figure out what is our point of view. And as knowledge seekers, we're finding out the truth, you see. When we get into nuclear physics and we review, redo, reassert the ideas and models behind physics. So we find that the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron breaks down into an electron and a proton. And in that process, there's a release of the PM ticks. And we know that the PM ticks are energy in motion. These are the energy packs. And so they leave this structure and they go somewhere else. And this happens many, many times, many different places. And so as these forces are traveling through space, common forces come together and begin a dance. And this dance is the first rotation. And they have to have this rotation because the energy doesn't stop. So how can it stop on a dime without stopping? So it has to go through a rotating field. And so that's the beginning of the X and Y axis. And as energy keeps coming, we build the field strength, and that's the Z axis. So now we have our fundamental 3 dimensions. And as I'm trying to emphasize, you understand that we are none of those 3 dimensions. But somehow, some way, are we okay, Mark?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay. So some way it happens where the energy that is in motion comes together and creates a structure. And what is that pivot point? What is that pivot point? And that's what we're examining today. So in space, the space is full of principal matter. And as energy is something as opposed to something else, there's a cost of that transaction. So in our society, money is the cost of the transaction. But in energy, plasma is the cost of the transaction. But there's a big difference between energy on this planet that we use as a fuel, which is a limited and controlled resource, which we have to pay for. In the universe, the plasma fuel is everywhere, and you get as much as you need on demand. So that's what's happening on this Earth. Because if the Earth had to depend on us, it would run out of energy, wouldn't it? So the Earth is getting energy all the time. So these PM ticks are constantly traveling through the universe. And something happens as this energy comes into this planet. So we understand that there's a nano state and GAN state and plasma states, and these are all creating balanced fields. What is the difference between being in space and being on this planet? How do all of these energies come together and keep coming together and keep building? And they come from all different directions. And as long as there's a common denominator or a common thing to attract, they keep building. And at some point in time, it becomes a plasma. And as this plasma is not physical, not visible. But this plasma, which is at the core, is looking to position itself. And in order to position itself, it has to connect with something. So we see this dynamic plasma interaction, let's say, with another plasma field. And so you have one plasma field and you have another plasma field. There's a link between, and then there's an interaction point. So the question is, what is this point? So in review, we say that the plasma science, you start with a magnetical field, you add a gravitational field, it creates a maggrav condition, and from that maggrav condition, there's a magnetical giving and a gravitational taking. So when we talk about the core component, it's a substructure of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And so when we look at the magnetical aspect of it, we call that an electron. And if we look at the gravitational aspect of it, we call that a neutron. And the substructure of the neutron is the antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And for some reason, people can't see the difference. So I put them together, and you can clearly see the difference between the two. And the same thing applies to, let's say, if we have two circular magnets. So in this case, these two magnets are attracted to each other. We know that they are attracted because they have a magnetic field which we can't see. And if we kind of scrunch up the towel and push them together and then release them, we find that they repel. And so the difference here is that this repulsion involves common poles. Similar poles repel. But how far do they repel? We didn't succeed in stretching the towel out. There's still the hump in the middle. So it's something prevented the repulsion from continuing. So by the old definition of inertia, something will continue in a straight line until there's an external force acting on it to prevent it. So something in this action of repulsion has prevented this repulsion from continuing. So if we look at how we were building our dimensions, and we took a point and we added a second, and then we connected the two. Well, that distance between those 2 points is determined by this field of repulsion. But that field of repulsion is offset by the field of attraction. So whatever that distance is, you could say that is the distance of attraction, or that is the distance of repulsion. And so in this case, there's no difference. So by the old definition of inertia, nothing is happening. Really? I hope we all can say we know better. You see, because the substructure is the energy in motion. And so here's a picture of a plasma that's non-visible to the naked eye. And so now we're not worried about straight lines. The x-axis is the field of rotation. The y-axis is the polarity, and the z-axis is the field strength. Okay, and so that's only half the picture. If we introduce the other half of the picture, then we see if the poles are the same, then you have repulsion. But if we flip the poles around, then we have attraction. So there's something that is attracting these together, and they come together at a point. And so in the past couple of weeks, we've been discussing convergence. So at the center point is a convergence point. This is an infinity loop, and there's energy going from one to the other and energy going back from the other to the first. And there's a convergence point in the middle, and something happens at that point. Now, what happens if we flip the poles? And so the convergence then becomes divergence. And how can you have divergence coming to the point in the infinity loop? So something is going on in the gap. And this is the divergence gap. And that's where have we heard that before? Oh, when we discussed nano. Yeah, nano coating. What was more important, the monatomic structure of the nanoparticle or the gap between the monatomic structure? So going back to book number 1, in chapter 16, we're discussing the fundamental difference between inertia and gravity. And we're not discussing gravity today, we're discussing inertia. So it says inertia is said to be due to the total interaction of PM ticks of matters. And these are matters of a solid object without the central dynamic cores that can create magnetic and gravitational field forces. So inertia, through the new understanding of the structure of plasma, can be simply defined. The PM ticks and gravitational fields due to the matter in the matter. So capital M matter in the small m matter. The small m matter refers to the phases of solids, liquids, or gases. And these are components of the plasma. So this is a totally different description of inertia. So the inertia of what we're talking about is not in matter state, and obviously not linear. Inertia of plasma is due to the total collection of PM ticks in the constituent matter. And these matters are of the atoms and molecules of an object that is interacting and attracted with each other, and any other capital M matter or small m matter or maggraphs. So the principle of inertia is applicable to the dark matters and the antimatters, as well as the matter components of the plasma in the universe. So we had a repeat of the class on Monday, which we discussed the new atomic math. And the new atomic math had to do with the neutron, which is gravitational. And we're not talking about that today. But the thing about the neutron is that the math, as we know it in physics, doesn't balance because it's missing something, and it is missing this point of inertia. So what the conventional physics is concerned with is the mass of the proton plus the mass of the electron. But the inertia aspect of it is the mass of the PM ticks plus the total mass of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. So the totality is achieved through energy level balance and positioning. This is the new atomic math. And what was really, really relevant about this is because it brought home the key motivation to the spraying that goes on every Sunday with respect to building the plasma dome. What we are doing is we're building up the neutron strength. And so each of the members who are either physically spraying, or the rest of us who are spraying with our souls and our intention, we're building up the plasma dome. And so the transition from our field strength, which is represented by our soul, and the plasma dome, which is represented by our desire, the transition point there, the interaction point there is inertia. So this picture is taken right out of book number 1. And what it shows is 2 fields. So one field is a gravitational system of something like a star, or, and in this case, let's say it's a sun, and it's not to scale, obviously, but it's bigger than the other one. which is a gravitational system like the Earth. And there's an interaction of the PM ticks. There are PM ticks going all over the place, right? And you can't see them, but they're in the magnetical fields. And so we said the PM ticks are magnetical. And then if you reference I for inertia, and you can see that the inertia is the interaction between the magnetical field of the star and the magnetical field of the Earth. And that is from the point of view of the star and the point of view of the Earth. So the gravitational fields go beyond that. So they are the interaction of the two MAGRAV systems. And we're not discussing that today. We're going to discuss that at a later date. We haven't gone there yet because we're still at inertia. So when we look at the infinity loop, and we see that there's a point in the center. And so the MAGRAV on the left and the MAGRAV on the right are connected through this infinity loop. And of course, they have to converge somehow in the center. But are they converging? And when they converge, how do they go to the other side? And then how do they come back? So we found out that there has to be both. If you have attraction, you have repulsion at the same time. So if you have attraction and repulsion at the same time, then you must have convergence and divergence at the same time. And so there must be some kind of exchange to facilitate this. So we've seen from the two magnets that there's a gap. And so if the two magnets are representative as a magnet, as the MAGRAV, and the center point, which is a gap, that is the field of repulsion. But it's only repulsing so far. It's only repelling so far. And then there's an attraction that counteracts that. So there's a balance. So therefore, if we say that two poles are the same, so let's say the outer two poles are negative, and then the one in the middle has to be positive. And if the one in the middle is positive, that means it's flipped over. And if the infinity loop is flipped over, if the connection is flipped over, then it creates a crossover point. And it would have to create a crossover on the left and on the right. So the question then is, which way is the energy going? But in this picture, you see, the one on the left and the one on the right are identical. This is not natural, but for the purposes of discussion, what we have is conventional inertia. It's not going anywhere, but we know better. The point I'm looking at, if you follow this infinity loop, and you wonder which way is the rotation, follow the loop all the way around. And you will find that the one on the left and the one on the right rotate in the same direction. And if they rotate in the same direction, that means they are the same pole. And if the one in the center crosses over, that means it rotates in the opposite direction. And that means it's flipped over as a pole. So from our previous discussion where we had magnets on the towels and we released them and there was a gap in the middle, we could see the magnets physically, but we couldn't see the energy that was in between, but we knew it was there. But if we look at plasma, it operates the same way. So it's non-visible, non-tangible, but the fields operate the same way. So the rotating fields on the opposite, on the outside poles are the same, and the one in the center is flipped over. So where does that energy go? And then if you look at, and you say, well, wait a second, if the energy is converting converging at the center point there in between the two on the left-hand side. And then from that point, it is diverging, and there's a gap. And then it's converging to the point on the right-hand side. There's that gap again. Oh yes, that's the interaction point, isn't it? That's the interaction point. So, is the one on the left magnetical or gravitational? Or is the one on the right magnetical or gravitational? Well, if the center points are crossed over, then there's no movement. How do we do this? So if we look at the diagram of dynamic plasma, and so we can see that with respect to the star formation, and here we have star formations that are kind of head to head. Okay, so there's a convergence to a center point, and it kind of converts to a divergence from the center point to the other. So you have two plasmas, there's an interaction, this is your dynamic plasma, and at the center point, there is a conversion. And so if we follow the energy flow, you look at the diagram on the right, and that kind of starts to make sense. What causes the conversion? And this is the point of the discussion today. There has to be an inertia. The magnetical interaction of the two fields of the plasmas interacting created inertia. And from that point, there's a decision to come down into matter state. Capital M matter state and small m matter state. This is where inertia comes in. So when we look at how the hemispheres are rotating, okay, well, they're rotating, but you see, they are attracted, and somehow they rotate in opposite directions. So there has to be a conversion, and they're bound by field strength. So somehow they have to be retained into this, because energy is constantly coming and energy is constantly going. So in order to make this perceived constancy, which in physics they say nothing happens, in reality, in plasma science, there's a whole lot happening. Energy is always coming in, going around, or going out. And whether or not it stays or it just goes right through is determined by susceptibility, because not all energies are the same. And so we know from the periodic table of elements, not all neutrons are the same. And so we understand that not all PM ticks are the same. So they each have their different flavor. So if we're just talking about the interaction between the plasma coming from space and the interaction of the plasma coming from our planet Earth, and then that interaction in both cases are magnetical. However, we know on this planet that we have things like grass, we have cows, we have oil, we have mountains, we have oceans. So this is biodiversity. So how do we get biodiversity from the inertia of the convergence of magnetical forces that are the same? Well, they are the same as magnetical forces only. They are not the same in terms of content. That's why we have 7 billion people on this planet who are all unique. We are all humans. Some of us more human than others. But anyway, couldn't resist, sorry. Let's look at the universal solvent water. How does water work? So we looked at water as a physical manifestation of an energy pack, because water is a universal solvent. And we've seen a very interesting thing. So on the left-hand side, 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen makes a water molecule. How can these 2 tiny hydrogens balance off this big fat oxygen and create this maggraph? But that is the unique characteristic of water on this planet. And it is for this matter and for this reason that life is possible. And we find that if we share one of these hydrogens off, which is the cost plasmatically of the transference of energy, we are left with a hydroxyl. So if the positive hydrogen is gone and we're left with a negative charge, and the reason it's a negative charge now is because we only have 1 hydrogen and 1 oxygen in the hydroxyl. And so we find that water is a beautiful substance for us to wash our dishes or to wash our cars. So now we have dirty water. So what is dirty water? Well, it's no longer a hydroxyl. It's picked up energy from whatever else is there. But whatever else is there is of a very low energy. But it is good enough to balance off. And so we have changed the nature of the clean water to dirty water. And we still have our maggraph. And so this is what's going on. And the only reason that this was possible was because water has a natural affinity to exchange energy. And we are going to talk about this more details in a couple of weeks. Fundamentally, if we understand how energy is moving, in review, we start with principal matter, which comes from the PM ticks, which we know that are magnetical. Oh, okay. And so these are energy packs, and they're coming together into force fields. Okay, so these PM ticks are diverging all over the place, but they're coming together into these force fields, which are constructed of antimatter, dark matter, and matter, which are the constituents of plasma. And at some point, they are converted. And that energy converges into a maggrav, which is a balanced force field, and that becomes gravitational. Okay, so that conversion point is what we're talking about today. And that point exists between each and every plasma field state. So we call the interaction between plasma field states energy transfer states. In our small m matter, the energy transfer state we refer to as heat and electricity. In nuclear science, we refer to it as nuclear physics. We are plasma scientists. It's a higher energy state. We are into plasma physics. And now we're understanding the interaction. What we're talking about today, the interaction of plasma fields, the dynamic plasma. It's a higher energy state. And so then we're talking about different kinds of interactive energy states. And so when we look at what is nuclear physics, so nuclear physics, we say, is the understanding of the physics of science. But really, up until now, it's been the misunderstanding of the physics of plasma science. It's time for conversion. And this is the hot topic that is really at the root of everything that's going on. So we have to turn things upside down, because when we look at it from our point of view, we are plasma beings. And so our soul is the highest dynamic plasma energy. And so our soul is the receptor for this principal matter. How does that energy from the universe come to us how does it converge? And we find that there is a plasma state, and there's a that's tangible, that's non-tangible, and there's a physical state that is tangible. And so there's this energy transfer state that is dynamic plasma, and somehow that gets converted into our physicality. And that transfer state is the inertia that we're talking about. So to understand, as we're going through all these various dimensions, and we've only gone through a certain number of dimensions because we're still overly physical. But if we look at how we transcend these various dimensions and relate them to how we can transcend these various energy fields, so that we can see the more complex, the more stable. And so we find that the soul of man is the most complex and therefore the most stable. And our physicality is the least complex and most unstable. And this is where the problem is. So we're having a problem in connecting and converting energy the way it's meant to be. So from our point of view, if we relate to the various plasma states and how it affects us in our basics, which is we have a physical state, an emotional state, and a soul state. But it's all in double exposure. Why? Because there's an interaction, excuse me, there's an interaction of plasma fields. And between these plasma fields, there's a conversion. And that point of conversion is the point of inertia. So when we talk about transmutation, and so if you remember that this is a picture of the phospholipid army around each and every cell, and somehow the energy has to get into our cells and the energy has to go out. There's an exchange of energy. Where's the door? So these phospholipids control the doors. But these doors are not physical. These doors are on a plasma basis. And this is how energy gets transmutated. And so we find that this is the essence of conversion. We are converting the energy into our physicality and our presence on this planet, which is doing the same, because it gets energy from the sun, which is doing the same, because it gets this energy from the universe. And here we are, we're just trying to get our basic understanding and trying to get out of the starting gates, really. And we may be 2 steps out of the starting gates, because when we're discussing the GANs of man, we are only at the point of conversion from our basic atomic progression to the monatomic nano to the GANs. And we see that there's a conversion from there where we leave our physicality and go into the plasma state. But understand now, we are in the plasma state and we're coming into our physicality. We can go both ways, and there is a conversion point. And so this is where the confusion comes in, and this is where the understanding comes in. So we're eliminating the confusion, I hope. Our game of tic-tac-toe, isn't that? Well, we want to know whose turn is it? Whose turn it is it? And you know what? It doesn't really matter, because when we have a maggrav, which is a balanced field, and we understand that that maggrav, by taking and creating a polarity, now creates a direction of flow and an attraction point. So we can bring another maggrav, then we can bring a third one, and we see that there's a direction of flow, there's a convergence of energy, and there's a buildup of strength. And that buildup of strength is coming in all directions. And then we see that here we are. We see the divergence, and convergence, regardless of which direction we're coming in, and the conversion from the interaction of the magnetical fields of the two plasma fields we call inertia. And so that's the difference between us being on this planet and us being in space. And the universal body enhancement units are working its way through this conversion process. And oh, what an exciting process it is. So fundamentally, for the purposes of this class, for the purposes of the students and the teachers, understand plasma science is the magnetical interaction of attraction and repulsion. But there's always a combination. There's always a two-way street. There's always a maggrav, which is based on the attraction repulsion or the repulsion attraction. And the direction of flow is either magnetical or gravitational, but it is gravitational or magnetical plus the maggrav. You have to have the maggrav first, then you can have the excess energy tells you if it's magnetical or gravitational from there. And so this is what we discuss. If we're gravitational, then we're converging energy. And if we're magnetical, then we're diverging energy. And when we diverge energy, we don't have conditions. We just give. And whoever wants to can receive. That's what the essence is of the cups of life. So we don't call these cups of life cups of pandemic. And I repeat this every week because after 19 months, based on shall we say, the physical definition of inertia, yet they haven't found a solution for the pandemic after 19 months based on inertia. It seems that they won't have a solution after 20 months either. But that's their definition. Our definition, the cup of life. We have a zinc plate, a copper coil, and a nano-coated copper coil. And from that, we create a magnetical field. From that, we create a gravitational field. Look what's going on inside. There's an interaction. There's a plasmatic interaction. And it's an interaction between what and how? And what is the conversion point? How do we do this? So then we create GANs. So this is another conversion. And between those, there's an interaction and a conversion. And then we create the CO2 GANs. And that is the basis of a star formation. And from that, we create a point of interaction. Then we bring in the amino acid. And in the plasma science, there is no garbage. You produce amino acid, you produce water. This is the essence of creation. And the sophistication of the cups of life shows you that we also create calcium carbonate GANs, CaCO3 GANs. The second cup is physical. We just substitute the zinc plate for the copper plate. And then we have our magnetical field, our gravitational field. And then we can see the relationship between the two cups. One is emotional, one is physical. Why? Because they have different field strength. They operate the same way, but they have different field strength. And these field strengths grow. And if we're still contending with the pandemic, which is ongoing after 19 months, we have to keep the cups apart because these plasma fields do not recognize the physicality. So they increase their field strength magnetically and gravitationally. And the virus is doing this very well. It's learned its lesson very well because it's an energy pack. And so to be smart, the cups of life, 99.86% effective in depletion or conversion. Conversion to what? Conversion to food. And so what we're talking about is relationships and how they balance. And there's a center point, as you can see, all the way down the line. So we have magnetical on one side, gravitational on the other side, and the balance point in the middle is the maggrav. And we have the scientific community with its limitations, and the spiritual community with its limitations, and they diverge apart. Why? Because they have their own unique terminology. So by bringing the two together, we bring the best of both worlds, and we understand how we can bring heaven on this planet. And so we understand the conversions of energy from matter into our cells. This is the manifestation. It's either manifestation in plasma or manifestation in physicality. And so this all comes from light, and the light through the universe converts into our soul. And somehow that conversion point is the point of inertia. When we bring the two cups together, then they themselves create a maggrav. In other words, there's a magnetical field, then there's a gravitational field. And then we have the cup of soul, and that puts a soul in every cup, and the combination of the three cups has another soul. And today we'll introduce the cup of inertia. And what is different about the cup of inertia? We have a nano-coated copper coil, a second nano-coated copper coil, and a nano-coated copper plate. Isn't it interesting? But what happens is the same thing. We create a magnetical field, we create a gravitational field, and we bring that in with the other cups. And what do we create? Now we have another cup extension on the cup of soul. And of course, there's a link, and each cup has a soul, and all of them come together, have a soul. And so all together create a magnetical gravitational field. And so when we look at the cups of life and we set them up in a stacker system, we can see a progression from the highest, which is our soul, to the manifestation of physicality. And then we're looking at the environment, which is our planet. And the inertia is the interaction of the magnetical fields of our environment and the magnetical fields of the sun. And we are part of this. We are the horizontal part of this. The plants are the vertical part of this. And then there are other physicalities, and they are part of the matter state. And so when we look at this stacker unit and we see what's going on. So when we have the cup of soul at the top, the cup of emotion is next, and the cup of physicality, and we introduce the cup of inertia today. And there's all sorts of feeding going on. Higher feeds the lower, and the next higher feeds the next lower. Okay, so the feeding continues. And then we come to the cup of inertia, which is kind of different from the other cups, because now we're coming into the point of conversion between the plasma and the physicality. But not yet, because we can still stay in the plasma reality. When people ask you, can you please just tell me in simple terms, what is plasma? Plasma is kind of energy state, and it's pretty important. And the reason it's important is because it follows an additional set of rules, which is the ethos of the universe. That involves morality, compassion, and courage. And when you analyze these characteristics, you understand that they are the essence of creation. And so the creation is the conversion of the energy of the universe into life on this planet. And so what we are facilitating is the plasma conversion. We'll take the universal body enhancement spaceship units and doing a plasma conversion to restore emotional and physical vitality. So we understand that all things work in combination. This is the plasma interaction. This is what we've been talking about today. We've had magnetical and gravitation pushing and pulling, and they create a maggrav position. a MAGRAV condition, but there's a point in the center where is the conversion, and whether it becomes magnetical on the left or gravitational on the right, that is the residue that comes from beyond the MAGRAV condition. And so energy is always in motion, and this is something that our souls need to meditate on, okay, because the things have changed. We see that the energy is flowing through the universe, so open yourself up to that energy, because that energy is benevolent. That energy understands the ethos of the universe. Yield to its knowledge and allow it to come into you. If you set that pattern up, you will receive. So in other words, you provide the pattern, you get the energy. Yeah, you. And as we go one by one, and we throw these barriers that we have in our progression as a species, as a humanity, as a life-giving humanity, and we throw all these things on the pile, and today the old definition of inertia, another one bites the dust. Understanding that the reality manifestation is the perception of reality, your perception of reality. Any kind of reality is when two fields come together to form another. And this formation of any field is called manifestation. It's the plasma feeding which leads to the manifestation. And this manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical, dark matter or light matter. There is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. Whichever reality it is, it's a manifestation, and that manifestation is the form artifact. So in essence, the emotions of presence is also a form artifact of energy in motion. And we are the messengers of peace and friendship. That's the energy that we travel on. And that's why the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute has presented this plasma science in public domain. We're asking everyone to sign the World Peace Treaty because it's essential for the success of our planet, the success of our planet, the success of our humanity. Sign the World Peace Treaty with a pen. Follow it up with the intention from your heart. This will bring to the planet and to yourself the physical and emotional harmony and vitality that is provided ubiquitously through the benevolence of the universe. This is the truth. The knowledge seekers learn about the truth. Can you make a difference? This dynamic plasma is within us, and it's the universal language throughout the universe. There's only one way to deliver this plasma science, and that's in exchange for peace on earth. Thank you for allowing me to make this presentation.
Thank you very much, Alex. When you talk about, well, let me say this. Is there someone else who wants to ask a question or get a clarification on a point that Alex presented? Or state your understanding of what you thought you understood or what you think you understand? You don't have to raise your hand. You can just open your mic. There's no one else speaking now. So if there's anything that's been on your mind. I know one of the points I had on my mind, Alex, again, is back to these charges. Are charges in plasma the same as charges in the matter state? And I always thought that magnetical giving would be positive charge and taking would be negative charge, because we all think giving is better or more positive than taking. Where do these charges, where do they pick up these charges? Or is it just innate into a magnetical field or a gravitational field? You're saying the gravitational is positive and the magnetical is negative, but they can also be manipulated, couldn't they?
Yes, Mark, they are constantly being manipulated, but you know, if you are giving something, right, then you have less of. So you cannot give less of. You can only give something. There is no nothing. So what you're giving is always positive. So the person who's receiving is adding. You who are giving is minusing. So to understand, the magnetical giving is negative. All it indicates, the charge, all it indicates is the direction of motion. But this is where we've been bogged down in our physical science, because we see the motion as a one-way street. And that's okay to a certain extent. But as we start to get into the plasma science, we see that it's a two-way street. And so the question is, if the higher is feeding the lower, by what definition is the higher higher, and what definition is the lower lower? Right? So if you look at an electron and you say, well, that's magnetical, but the substructure of the electron is matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And then you say the neutron is gravitational, but the substructure is the same. Well, how can you have the same substructure in two different things and have two different charges? And that has to do with field strength. So what it means by that is that if it is not enough for me to say, if you ask me, Alex, what are you driving? And if I say car, well, okay, so what kind of car is that, right? What is the brand of car? Is it a, is it a $200 beater, or is it an $80,000 Porsche? What is it? So it doesn't specify. And that's the point. When we talk about electrons, protons, and neutrons, we don't specify. Though we have a periodic table of elements that does specify, right? And how did they determine all of this? Well, generally speaking, it's done through destruction. Elements, atoms colliding. But you see, it's also done through other ways, and that's through spectroscopy. And so that's just a periodic table of elements. But you see, all things are working in combination. So these elements have come together as a result of an interaction of inertia at the magnetical point of the Earth and the magnetical point of the sun. But they cross over. And when they cross over, something happens. Okay. And so they can't go on the same plane. They can't go on the same dimension. They can't go through the same path. Everything is organized, well organized, and the energy flows both ways. And so you find when you look at all the ganses, they are all molecules. So, your zinc oxide, ZNO, CuO, CO2, right? They're all in combination. And what we need is a periodic table of molecules, because the substructure of that GANS is the creation. From that GANS, we create the individual components. From the CO2 GANS, we create the individual component of carbon. We create the individual component of carbon and oxygen. But what do we create at the point of inertia? And at the point of inertia, we have our nitrogen and we have our hydrogen. And so if we take a hydrogen and add it to the nitrogen, that becomes oxygen. But if we subtract hydrogen from the nitrogen, it becomes carbon. Oh, okay. So when is the nitrogen magnetical and when is the nitrogen gravitational? So the nitrogen with respect to the oxygen is magnetical, but the nitrogen with respect to the carbon is gravitational. So it all depends on the point of view, which way the energy is flowing. And the energy is not flowing constantly. This has been one of the misconceptions. The poles are flipping all the time. And they have to flip, because if they don't flip, then the energy doesn't move. It can't move. There's a binding, right? And this is what I've been trying to, shall we say, gracefully try and demonstrate. That's why I'm going so much slower than Mr. Cash. But it's very, very difficult when we look at electronics, automotive, and physics, and each one has its positives and negatives different. And the reason for it is the point of view. So, you know, it's what it is. We have to come with some kind of convention so that we know which way we're going. So energy is always positive. So the energy, there's no such thing as negative energy. Energy is always there. It's always in motion. What we have to recognize is that if we don't have energy in its physicality, doesn't mean the energy is not there. And so we find that with water. In order to convert the clean water to dirty water, there was an exchange of energy. So did we release energy, and then when we got the dirty, that we brought that same energy back? No. That energy that we release is gone. It's gone somewhere. I don't know where. It's gone somewhere. It's gone wherever the susceptibility leads it. And where did that dirt come from? Well, it came from the susceptibility, wherever that led to it.
Well,
So
you've gotten many thank yous from
Oh, yeah?
Lissy, from from Francine, from Shweta, from Randy. Now, here's a question. What coils would I need to make carbon GANs? I have pure carbon powder. What amount of carbon would I add to the saline solution? Thanks. That was from Randy, I believe. Or if anyone else would like to come in.
Let me ponder that question. That's
And with CO2, we call it a GANS, but some of the other ones, we call it an oxide. Is it still a GANS? Like
oxides in matter state. No, that's in matter state. So let me clarify one thing. Okay, first of all, you know, you're talking about carbon GANs. The GANSes are in molecular fashion. Okay, so the carbon GANs is your nanocoating, right? It's monatomic. So your CO2 GANs is a higher energy state. In order to come down an energy state, I think that's easy to understand. It's a lower energy state, right? So it's less energy. So one of the examples that I used in the class on Monday, you're stuck at a red light, you're driving, you're in a car and your engine's running, and the light turns green and now you got to move. So you just kind of step on the accelerator gently and you move. It doesn't require a lot of energy, right? But you're on the highway and you're going 100 kilometers an hour and you've got a tourist in front of you and you need to pass. So you only have a short window to pass. So you jam on the throttle and you blow past them. To change the speed, you had to consume a radically increased amount of energy, right? So the energy transfer is higher at a higher state. So for you to change the speed and on the highway, you're consuming more energy than you would need to change the speed when you're stuck at a red light. So this is the transcendence of energy transfer. And so we can see this example within our lives here and many examples of it. Let's take, for instance, a plant that wants to be a seed. Starts off as a seed, it's only tiny, and then it starts to grow. So it doesn't need a lot of energy. But let's say that plant is now, say, 5 weeks down the road, and it's maybe 1 meter tall, lots of leaves. In order to keep it going, it needs a lot of energy. Is that not logical? I mean, is there a problem understanding that? Or how about this? If you look at the copper, it has a mass of 29 and the carbon has a mass of 6. So the copper is obviously way more gravitational than the carbon, way more. But if you understand the Fibonacci scale and you see the relationship of growth, how one grows to the other. And so there's always a relationship, there's always a stepping, there's always an increase. It isn't linear. That's the problem. Well, it's not a problem, it's just a problem of understanding. It is not linear. So when you look at the physics definitions and Euclidean geometry and you say, oh my God, they get so complex in their descriptions because they can't describe it. They're grasping for descriptions, and it's ends up being a make work project. Life is ever present. You know that because when the army leaves the flower bush behind, the flowers grow. The flowers don't need the army to grow. The only thing the army can do when it's going through the flower bush is stomp the flowers. The life wants to grow. That power is there. It's, overriding. And the reason for it is because energy is always in motion. You can't stop it. You can't grab it. It's like a battery. You can hold a battery, but you can't hold the energy. And this is the thing with the virus. The virus is energy in motion, and you can't grab it. But what is it doing? It is looking for gravitational structure, isn't it? And that's you. And we need to know this lesson more and more because we need to protect ourselves. You can't protect your neighbors if you don't protect yourself, and you need to protect your neighbors because, especially here in Canada, never mind, I'm not going to go into it. Trying to answer your question, Mark. How am I doing?
Thank you. Anyone else have a question? I have another one. When Mr. Keshe wants to create very pure fields or enrichment, obviously it has to have some sort of magnetical and gravitational field, right? It's just not going to be one, or is it when you get up to a very high purity? I would think not. Or am I mixing apples and oranges.
No, you're not. No, in order to maintain that purity, you have to have a strict control of the environment, because let's say the Earth is rotating every day. So today is not the same as tomorrow, and it wasn't the same as yesterday. So the CO2 that you produce today is not the same either, because we're now going through a different field. So if you want to maintain a certain purity, then you have to maintain a barrier of that field. And it has to be a strong barrier, okay? So that you can create what you want to create within that environment. So you really have to have very, very strong control. What happens in that case is that it becomes increasingly more effective in its intended purpose. Because every type of, let's say, for lack of a better word, let's call it a contamination, it becomes a distraction. It becomes a point of depletion of energy, right? So the lack of purity depletes the energy. So by increasing the purity, you can increase the focal point. So, it's...
And it doesn't allow it to interact with other fields. It could only interact with pure fields, as
That's
I'm
right.
understanding it.
That's right. That's exactly right. But I want to tie this in with the previous question. The rules of engagement, if you will, with respect to transition and transmutation of energy is the same, regardless of which energy state you're involved with. That's what I've been trying to demonstrate, okay? Because I don't have access to space and I don't have access to a lab. So I'm trying to, for most knowledge seekers, their lab is their kitchen. That's a kitchen sink or whatever.
Kitchen
right?
table.
Kitchen table, sure. Okay, so and so what this is a ways and means of facilitating learning. And as we learn, we start to realize, wait a second, what we've been fed is a spoonful of gobbledygook. And that's not the way the universe works. The universe is well organized, not confused, knows which way it's going, knows how it's doing. So if we believe our experiences, or if we experience our beliefs, you see, and this is the whole point about the lies. You tell a lie often enough, it becomes the truth. Well, if you believe that to be the truth, then that is what you will experience. And so, they have suppressed us for so long with their lies that why would they bother? That means we're the truth.
No question. We have to get unconfused. In the other one where you were showing sort of the infinity loop. Now, I was watching the Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop, and Mr. Kesh was saying most fields turn to the left. They rotate counterclockwise, let's say, or left-handed screw, as John would say, and very few turn to the right. And when they turn to the right, this, he said, we call a positron. Does that mean in the middle of your
Mark,
yes, John.
today I found an article,
Okay.
and it certainly rung a bell. It said amino acids nearly always turn to the left. There would be counterclockwise. There would be right-handed screw. And the sugar would be the other way around. They're opposites.
You're saying a left-hand screw turns to the right?
I don't know what.
I would think it'd go to the left. But
Yeah,
again, I was
left-hand.
just amazed.
Yeah, right. It's counterclockwise is left hand.
Yeah.
Screw. Yeah, we've argued this so many times.
I
I
know.
just mix everything up. The same as our timetables.
But with not this picture, Alex, there was another one where you were going through that and you said the center field, if the two outside ones were turning to the left, the center one would turn to the right. Does
That's
that
right.
mean you've created a positron? Because he said the ones that turn to the right, which aren't many in the universe, are called positrons. Now, again, that might be just the child's understanding, and there's always more to what Mr. Kesh teaches than what we just hear. Right. Now,
Look, okay. If, from your point of view, if you're, let's say you're looking from, if your eyes are looking down into your body, you're looking from the North Pole down, right? So you take your left hand, put it over your right hand, and then swing it back. That's the direction of flow, counterclockwise. Now, if you look at it from your shoes, that same action becomes opposite. But the point is that to maintain a MAGRAV condition, you have to have the energy flowing both ways. So our perception of this counterclockwise net energy is the residue over and above the MAGRAV condition.
I might need those vision enhancement glasses to see this better.
If I'm standing in the northern hemisphere, okay, the northern hemisphere is rotating counterclockwise. The guy in the southern hemisphere is looking at me and he's saying, no, you're not, you're rotating clockwise. Yeah, but you're rotating counterclockwise in the south. And so this is what's happening. From the northern hemisphere, we are rotating counterclockwise. The southern hemisphere is rotating counterclockwise. So if these two hemispheres are rotating in opposite directions, and you know they're rotating in opposite directions because they're opposite poles. The point that we've been missing is this gap in the middle. Okay, how do we convert? And what is that conversion? And that conversion point is the point of interaction. And because the interaction is not just within ourselves, okay? If the interaction is just within ourselves, then it's like a dog chasing its tail. But I'm interacting with you, I'm interacting with the sun, I'm interacting with, the store owner down the road. I'm interacting with my friends, and I'm interacting all the time, and so are you. And that's the point. We discount that, okay? We're just looking at our, little tiny perfect world. So what I'm showing here is that our tiny perfect world is staying together because these fields are rotating, but the energy is coming in. One way it comes in is through the magnetical field. Another way it comes in is through the poles. And another way it comes in is through the point of convergence in the center. And that is done through a plasmatic interaction, and it's facilitated by the inertia. And so when we look at the stacker unit and we understand the emotional aspect of the cup of life, and you understand the physical aspect, although it's in a plasmatic state, and you understand the plasmatic state of the soul. So now you've got a plasmatic state of inertia. Well, when does that manifest into physicality? Well, it has to step down another level, doesn't it? Okay, because physicality is the lowest energy level. So we can manifest through all of these levels, including the lowest energy level, and stay in the plasma state. That is our capability, and we need to recognize that. Okay, we need to know that we can do this, and if you practice it, then you will find that you will experience your beliefs.
Okay, Lissy has put into the chat, My friend asked me about the make a zeolite GANs. Now we know zeolite is used in a water softening process. I think there's ionic exchange there going on. And him intend to use block SIDW effects for vaccine too. Lissy, do you want to get that translated a
Oh, we
little
don't want to
bit?
go there. No, we don't want
Okay.
to go there.
Okay, we don't want to go there, fine.
No, because we're discussing specific points of physical science, which is kind of irrelevant. First of all, zeolite is a gift of nature. It's a natural product, and it's used not only in water purification, it's used in air purification. Okay, so the zeolite is a product of the inertia.
But you
Right,
can
so-
make a GANs of anything, can't you? You can
That's right.
GANs
You can make
anything, I
against of
understand.
anything, but the zeolite is not an element.
Okay, is there,
Zeolite has a structure. Okay, so it is already a complex element. So what we're looking at this point in time is to bring all these different elements together and create the ganses that are relevant to us, and that is, first of all, sorry to cut you off, Mark. First of
no,
all,
that's fine.
our emotional stability is absolutely paramount. And when our emotional stability is based on the foundation of physical instability, you understand where the problem lies. Our soul is rock solid, if you will, pardon the pun, but it is totally stable. It is stable because the purity of the soul is there. It comes from the creator. So we're a byproduct of the creator. I mean, put yourself in the creator's shoes. Everything that you create is good, right? You wouldn't create anything bad. Why would you do that? That's stupid. So the creator's not stupid, and neither are we, as long as we understand those rules. But if we play by the physical rules, well, you can call that entertainment. But when entertainment involves the loss of life, that's not entertainment. That's getting into the critical point. So when we look at the Corona dividend and the peace dividend that comes from it, what it's showing us is how life works, and it's time to stop playing the games. It's affecting each and every one of us. It's affecting our families. It's affecting our freedom. This is a universal problem that we have on this planet. It's an existential problem. That's how serious it is. And it's just time for us to just get serious. And it's not time for us to be running around like chickens with our heads cut off, and panic. It's a time we have the technology, use the technology. That's all. And as I described to Liliana and company, each one has a plasma reactor. You build a magnetical field, you build a gravitational field, that plasma becomes dynamic. And then it becomes interacting with other dynamic plasma fields, right? And this is how the plasma dome builds. And that's where we're at. We need to build up the plasma dome. Why? Because the plasma dome interacts with our soul. So now the soul has something to interact with that is more stable than the emotional instability that we have, which is only unstable because of the foundation of the unstable physicality. If our physicality was stable, our emotionality would be stable. We're far from that. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, if we could divert for a minute, Alex, before we ask you any other questions. I see Liliana was here, and I just wanted to see if she would like to report anything from the spraying today. I know Rick calls it Sunday is now spray day. And if she would like to add anything or explain to us how it's going or what she's finding. And I could play the from the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, where Mr. Kesh has asked us to spray on Sunday at noon or 6 p.m. CEST or CET, depending. But if Liliana would like to add anything, John is here and can translate for you, among other people.
Hola,
Hello.
hola Mark, muchas gracias.
Estuviste gritando mucho por lo visto.
¿Mande?
Estuviste gritando mucho por lo visto.
Algo.
Her throat
Solamente.
is in a
Sí,
bad
adelante.
way. Sí, adelante. No, adelante vos.
Ok. Solo invitarlos al rociado de la Copa de la Vida todos los domingos. Estamos iniciando 15 minutos antes para dar inicio a las 11, bueno, a las 6 p.m. hora set. Entonces, por ahí, si nos pudieran acompañar, se los agradecemos mucho.
I would like to invite you all every Sunday to come along for the spraying. Be in the Zoom 15 minutes beforehand to organize the whole thing, and please do come in and participate.
And if anyone, if you could ask her to suspend for a moment, John, let me play this in case anyone doesn't know what we're talking about. And I think Dean has presented this. Could she suspend just for a minute or two?
Yeah, she understands English, no?
Oh, fine.
¿Entendés? ¿Comprendes el inglés vos?
Let me just play this a few minutes here, and then everyone will know what we're talking about and what we're doing on Sundays, and more often if you'd like.
So this week, as many weeks, and hopefully many of you are doing this on a regular basis now. You're spraying the plasma waters across your environment to bring about peace within yourself and within the environment, and feeding back into creation and receiving back the peace and many other aspects of creation back into yourself and bring yourself back to balance. So the Dome of Peace for Mr. Kesh. Please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. KF knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. And so this is a call to all knowledge seekers. Let's create the peace dome all over the planet. And I know Liliana has put something forward, and she's been recommending for everybody to come together and creating a peace dome. I think she's been doing it on let me just check, on a Sunday or something, every Sunday. I haven't got the time here, I need to find it. But anyway, so there are many knowledge seekers that are present at the moment who are actually spraying these waters. I find that when you commit yourself to spraying the waters, the peace dome, it changes your conditions, your environment, the family around you. The peace that you can experience is on an emotional level and both on a physicality level. Very much like the enhancement units, you're creating an atmosphere, you're creating a condition that enhances your environment. So we can do it through the health unit, but we can also do this feedback through the peace dome. And the peace dome is intended for all of us to start spraying so that we create this peace dome across the whole planet. But we join up the nations, we join up the family, and we all become one, which is where we are. We all come from the creation, We're all part of the creation. It's part of us. It's inside of us. It's within us. It's outside of us. It's the fields that we interact with. It's every aspect that we, as a human race, as a being, we are part of. And once we bring those conditions forward, then we start to interact with our universal family. And they are present with us always. We're not always aware of it, but they are always present and gently guiding us into a position of peace on this planet, which is why we're spreading the peace dome, bringing about universal knowledge, universal peace that exists outside of this planet. And there is no, war does not exist outside of this planet. It's a fallacy. And so once we achieve this peace on this little blue gem of a planet floating around in the magnetical fields of the universe, our known universe, then we can join the universal community and have all the benefits and all the aspects of the beauty of the knowledge of the universe, the peace within ourselves, and then in the emotional state and in the physicality of the body, we can find new balance points and enjoy our physicality even more. And then if we so wish, we can then use the conditions of our thoughts and intentions, as we do every time you go to sleep, to travel across the universe and travel from point A to point B in zero-time communication. Because when you realize that the creation is within inside yourself and you're part of it, you can travel to any point because you are already there. And so this peace dome just brings about the balance to yourself and through the one cup, one life, which is the technology Mr. Kress brought forward to help balance viruses. And then we've used these plasma waters to enhance our bodies, our environment, and the conditions that we actually live within this planet. So please spray the peace waters whenever you can. You can do it on a Sunday in the times that we've said here, but please do them every day. Feel free to spray the waters, and the more you spray, the more you give out, the more you give to creation, the more you receive back. So enjoy it and receive the beauty of plasma within your environment. Thank you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dean. Even though we've heard this before from Dean, it's back from June 8th, but very nice, Dean. Thank you very much. And I've been concentrating on the parks. Lately, I'm in Bridgeport, but they also call it Park City because there's so many little parks and bigger parks around the city. So I went out and sprayed one near the center of town. It's about a half a block large, but I just went out and sprayed there. And as we know, all these domes that we're spraying in place will link up together. They're starting to link up together, and the nations will be linked and the domes will be linked, and we're creating a peaceful planet to the soul of this planet. So please continue, Liliana. I just wanted to give a little bit of a background of what we're doing in case someone hears this that doesn't understand why we would be spraying plasma water. Liliana, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Ok, Mark. John, si me haces un resumen, por favor, es que hablo muy rápido.
Sí. Y bueno, ¿qué quiere decir?
Ah, ok. Bien, ¿no?
Referente al rociado.
No, pues nada, ¿qué les puedo decir? Que solamente invitarlos, o sea, no, soy muy, no tiendo mucho a ser muy expresiva.
Phenomenal. Liliana just wants to let you know, yes, don't miss every Sunday. I think it's 6 and, no, was it 12 and 6 in the evening?
Vengan y
CEST, isn't it?
disfruten.
Son a las 12 y a las 6 de horario Europa, ¿no?
Nada más es a las 6 p.m.
Ah, bueno, pero en
Los dos
principio
son
había
los
otro
dos.
grupo, sí. En
Sí,
Europa
sí.
le están dando a los dos grupos.
Ah, ok, perfecto.
And
Yeah.
Sí, hay dos horarios.
In the foundation, we got twice a day on Sundays. It's, I think, as far as I can remember, it's 12 o'clock noon and 6 o'clock in the evening, CEST. Isn't it, Mark?
Yes, it's noon and 1800, I believe it is, or 6 p.m. CEST. But we
Yeah,
need
exactly.
knowledge seekers to do this all over the world, from South Africa to Canada to the poles and so on. So wherever you are, you can spray that dome of peace and it can start to link up with the other domes. Just as Mr. Kesh said, when we go to Mars, we may create a dome of life. So it's a very similar, it may not be sprayed into place, but we may have a different system. But it's all about domes and connecting these domes together, just the way the plasmas connect. Anyone else want to share their experience? Or
You would like to see the dome?
Hello, my dear Mark. Hello, Jalal. Okay, carry on, Jalal, please.
Anyone?
Go ahead, Swat.
Okay, I just wanted to thank my dear Liliana from the core of my heart and soul, my dear. You have given us all souls an opportunity to do good, to add the energy of love and light for all human beings or all humanity that is transitioning in a way, and to strengthen the peace dome, the dome of peace, the home of peace. And we felt so in beauty and totality when joining your spraying. Thank you so much, my dear. All the love always, blessings of Ma, and light is always victorious, victory of the light. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shweta. Jalal?
Yes, Mark. Hi, everyone. Good evening. So if you like to see the dome, I can show it here. Where is this one? Just give me 1 second.
Yes, and while you're gathering that, maybe Liliana can ask, Misty asks, thank you all for the knowledge. Thank you, Alex and Lizzie. Misty says, I have my first 1 cup and am making my first wash. Can I use the water from that for the spray for Peace Dome, or should I use less salty water? Liliana, you're becoming an expert, or are an expert. Would you want to add anything? I was thinking if you did spray salty, the next time it rained, it would obviously, dilute the salt and the GANs would move around, but maybe someone has a different answer. Liliana, if I had a salty cup 1, could I spray it as well, as long as I included my good intentions in there for peace of the soul of this planet?
John, please. Ayuda, John.
Yo te escucho, te traduzco.
No, tradúceme, porfa, porque...
¿Qué clase de mexicana sos que no entendés el inglés?
Claro, was I clear?
Yes.
Por favor, John, traduce lo que dijo.
Could you repeat, Mark, because I didn't register what you was, I was just secondary hearing.
Okay, Jalal's looking for something, and while he cues that up, Misty says, I have my first 1 cup and am making my first wash. Can I use the water from that for the spray for Peace Dome, or should I use less salty water? Those are more powerful, Mr. Kesh says, is the rinses that go down the drain. It's actually more powerful than you're taking some of the power out of the GANs when you're removing the salt, as I understand it.
Yeah, don't remove it, dilute it a bit, then you got more GANS water, so plasma water.
How does Liliana feel about this?
¿Vos lo diluís o lo haces puro o qué haces, Liliana?
Ok. Nosotros sprayamos, utilizamos también el agua de los lavados. O si no,
Bueno, pero él preguntan si hay que diluirlo o así puro. Yo lo
no,
que
o
le
sea, el
dije
agua
es
plasma de preferencia es el agua plasma directo, sin diluir.
salado. Sí, yeah. Use a salty one, but dilute it a bit so it won't be so salty. Because not you'll
Con los
the
aminoácidos.
salt will contaminate your painting or whatever it hits.
Even your skin, right? It might make it a
Yeah,
little bit of
exactly.
an
It'll
irritation.
irritate you. It's too much energy. If you've used the 15% salt, it's very salty.
And Mr. Kesh says one of the ways that this plasma, the fields, the GANs is being added into the environment is when you actually rinse it down, Misty. So as you're rinsing it, you're also releasing GANs into, and a very powerful GANs, as I understand it.
Yes, it has all the original power there. Never throw away anything. Use it. Keep on spraying every day of the week. Well, we've seen the video of Tom Salas, the effect it produces. You've had winds of over 200 kilometers an hour and didn't affect the garden at all.
That is amazing. That is totally amazing.
I had 2 months ago, I had this lightning hitting the tower I have. It's a 57-meter tower. And the lightning never reached the tower. It hit the dome and it changed into an explosion of light.
Before we go to Jalal, is there anything Misty would like to, Liliana would like to add? Thank you, Misty, for your question. Are the people very receptive to this? Have you seen any people wondering what you were doing? Did you tell them they can become involved in this as well?
¿Entendiste, Liliana? ¿Qué reacción tiene la gente cuando te ve rociándolo todo el ambiente?
O sea, mis vecinos.
Sí, los vecinos o la gente que te ve haciendo de loca por la calle.
No, John, es que no puedo salir porque lo hago desde arriba, desde mi azotea, porque tengo que estar con la computadora y afuera no tengo el internet. Entonces, por eso no salgo a rociar a las calles. Pero por allá podemos preguntarle a los compañeros, a Roberto, más que nada, que él es el que sí sale en bicicleta y está rociando. Yo más que nada por estar con la grabación y atendiendo el asunto aquí del Zoom, no puedo salir a rociar y estar atendiendo el asunto.
Liliana manages the group from a computer, so she can't leave her home. She does it from the roof of her home.
Okay,
I thought Roberto does he goes out on his bicycle and does a spraying.
Sí, otros compañeros salen incluso a la playa, o también desde sus casas a sprayar. Y sí, pero en mi caso sí se me complica mucho salir y estar atendiendo el Zoom y checando esa parte de estar pasando a los compañeros a que digan las palabras y toda esa situación.
Hello.
Did John get all that? Excuse me, Lissy, just a minute before we go to Jalal. You'll be next, and then I think Jalal should be ready. John, could you interpret what she just said to us?
It's what beforehand. She has to attend to a computer and the group, so she can't leave her home, but the other people do so. And well, Lissy wanted.
I was just wondering about the passers-by, if there was any interaction of people asking, what are you doing? What
We're
are you
all
spraying?
loonies. They all must think we're loonies.
Hello?
What is your experience, Mark?
No one's really interacted with me. There were a couple people in the park, but they didn't seem to take notice of what I was doing. They were just going, they were talking with one another. No one said anything. I sprayed the porta potty and I sprayed the park. So, and then I was finished and I got in my car and I left. So I think Lissy had wanted to add to the knowledge before we go to Jalal to see the dome.
Pero bueno, Mark, sí me gustaría contar una experiencia cuando salí y no estaba yo aquí en la computadora y salí a sprayar a las canchas de mi colonia y se me acercaron unos niños, ¿no? Porque estaba yo en los juegos. Entonces, no sé, John, si quieras traducir y esa parte. John. Ok. Y
So,
bueno.
yes, thank you very much. Gracias. And as it says here,
Mi
go
micrófono
ahead.
no se quería activar.
Ok, es que estaba contando una experiencia que sí me pasó, pero no estaba yo en lo de el Domo de la Paz. Que salí a sprayar al jardín a las canchas acá de mi colonia y se me acercaron unos 3 niños y me preguntaron qué estaba haciendo, ¿no? Y ya les expliqué que estaba rociando el agua plasma para la protección y generando un domo y todo. Y no sé si quieras traducir esa parte, John.
Está bien. Last week she disattended her computer and she went into the neighborhood and into a park where some kids were there, and the kids came along and asked her what she was doing. So she explained to them what she was doing, spraying to create a dome of peace.
Ajá. Y se me acercaron y luego ellos me pidieron que me dijeron que me ayudaban a sprayar. Como llevaba esa bombita que de unos 7 litros, entonces se las di, ¿no? Y ellos empezaron ahí a sprayar todos los juegos y demás y se estaban ahí turnando para hacerlo, ¿no? Y nos fuimos para rociar todo alrededor de la escuela y caminando y demás. Y al final, pues con su familia les expliqué lo que era la copa de la vida, ¿no?
Well,
Y
Liliana was, the kids asked her, so says that they offered themselves to help out. So Liliana gave them the sprayer, a 7-liter sprayer, so they could do some of the work. And they went around the place and the school and what have you. And then the parents came along and they wanted to know what she was doing. So she explained to them what they were doing.
Sí, y se interesaron mucho los niños que hasta los llevé a la casa para que les enseñara yo cómo hacer los GANs y de repente me visitan, ¿no? Porque quieren estar un rato acá en la casa.
Yeah. The kids were so interested, they came along and she taught them how to produce the GANs water.
Sí. Fue muy bonito, John. Gracias.
It's a pleasure. Pleasure.
Thank you. And if you just noticed the second paragraph, thank you, Dan. I didn't realize I wasn't sharing properly. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. So that's very powerful, a greatest movement by the soul of the man.
Gracias, Mark, y gracias a todos.
Okay, is there anyone else? I think, Lissy, did you add what you wanted to add? And then we'll go to Jalal to see Jalal, are you ready? He's pulling up something and showing us, and it was interesting. I went around the corner from this park and there was a restaurant, a little coffee shop, and they had tables set up on the street. But you know what they had over the tables? Two small domes, the ones that Gianni creates. And they were maybe only about 8 feet high or 9 feet high, and they were covered with gray, like a gray plastic. I should have taken a picture, but I didn't have my camera, so to speak, with me. But I'm going to take a picture of those, and I thought of Gianni right away. So Jalal, please come in. I was just trying to give Alex a short break for a moment, and we can go back to his questions for Alex. So if you have them written down or you have them saved, we'll go right back to that. Please, would you like to put up your screen, Jalal?
Do you see it?
Yes, now I do. I've taken the background, my background down. Sometimes when someone shares a screen, it goes in back of the foil, and sometimes it goes in front of it. This time it was in back. Yes, I see something here, but I
Okay.
can't quite determine.
I will start it now.
Oh, these are the pictures you put in the chat. In the
Yes.
student chat, yes. We see a dome.
See you do. You don't see the plasma. You see the effect of the plasma.
Where's, oh, there's the lip of the cup, okay. It really has created a dome structure.
You know, it is really, it's remarkable. I can annotate here just for you to see what I'm referring to here.
Are you proving to us what sort of intelligence the GANs has?
Yeah, you already know it. Here and behind, it's not touch anything here. Nothing attached to it. Also, and then in the back, this way and this way. It is a dome shape. And it's like a cave, you know. And there is a 3 lines here.
Which means you see the glass, border of glass, the
Yes,
wire.
this is the border of the glass.
It seems like if you let it continue, it may create a complete solid dome.
It is a solid.
No, I know, but connecting all sides together in the center. But
Like
it's
a,
beautiful.
like a colon, no colon, how to say, spinal, like our brain, our vertical, we are horizontal. We have the brain, the skeleton. We have the place where we are manifesting. If it's not in manifestation, our, let's say, body, remain only the skull.
For 6 years of making dances, and I have thousands of them. This is the first time. And you know what? This one was in a place, I forget about it since a long time. And today my wife brought it to me. Said, yeah, you left this one there. I said, what? Let me see. And it was beautiful.
Liana, would you like to open your mic from Hawaii and add some knowledge? She has said, bless the Peace Dome efforts. Please, Liana.
I will stop sharing.
It's very nice, Jalal. Thank you. She may not be able to open her microphone. Liana?
Hi.
Hi.
It's just really noisy at our house.
We can
It's like,
handle it.
oh, well, yeah, I don't have anything really to say, but just because you asked to open the mic. But we love you guys, and thank you for everything.
And I'll just read what she said. Bless the Peace Dome efforts. Bless you all. We have been spraying and trying to bring more Cup 1 GANs to the ocean in an effort to spread the fields wider and heal the waters. So much love for all the children of peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope the knowledge seekers understand what they saw here.
I'm just going to put the background back up so we don't see the faces. And we were sharing earlier of the Bucharest, the emotions that were sort of created there. We didn't go into any big details, but I just noticed someone has come in from the Bucharest, or maybe they're still in Romania. I'm not sure. I don't know if they're ready to add their observations of what happened in Bucharest. Mr. Kesh, would you like to come in here? We're just giving Alex a break for a moment from the question and answers, and we diverted into the Dome of Peace spraying because Ms. Lopez wasn't with us in the beginning, and we wanted to hear some of her feedback. But feel free to come in anytime.
Without the heat and without the road, bad road.
Good evening. I'm here as a knowledge seeker, so I listen.
Perhaps,
Okay.
Mr. Kesh, I can relate when I achieve in the, let's say, the station train. My phone, it's starting in my pocket by the self. She makes the little video and perhaps I play it. And I asking myself or everybody if this is the boundary of this dome shield, because nothing is casual by accident. If you're allowed, I play this little video, take it with my phone in my pocket in the station train.
Okay.
I'll try to enable the sound.
Give me 1 second to search the video. Okay. And I share it. I will make the share screen. Okay. Screen. And here I go.
We see your screen?
Not anymore. Look, the hour is more or less 12 and 14. Sunday, 18. And tell me if you The little spot
We see them.
in the pocket is not taking the picture of something. And it's true in my mind.
The phone was in your pocket
Yes.
with the camera on. Okay.
No, it's starting by itself in the video way.
Oh.
Normally, I don't have the possibility with let's say, telephone closed with a cover. Okay, only it's happening.
I see a star formation. Yeah.
Okay. If I ask me, perhaps somebody else asked it the same.
Well, very interesting, Dan. Last night I was in my backyard around dusk, and before dusk actually, and all these little lightning bugs were lighting. I mean, there must have been 50 or 80 of them in different parts, and they were flashing. And I know it's a way they communicate with each other, but I went in and got my video, but it really didn't pick it up very well at all. But it was just like these little lights flashing. I was thinking I just wanted to show that about the way they communicate and find each other. But these are, and they look like round spheres as well when they flash their light. But at the end of your video, we saw a little star formation in the corner, like a small 3-ball star formation.
Perhaps it's interaction when it's time to making peace dawn in the middle of the day.
Now you don't have to spray, you'll just play your video. Very nice. And that was all captured within your pocket.
Yes.
And starting by itself.
Yes.
Huh. Very interesting and beautiful. Yes, there's so many things going on around us in other dimensions that we're not quite aware of yet, but we're finding out and we're learning more. Alex, I just wanted to give you a short break for a moment. And if anyone else wants to ask Dan a question, or Liliana or Alex, please feel free.
Mark, it's Dean here. Hi, everybody. Can I just ask a quick, just add
You
to
don't
the
have to ask permission. You're all welcome to open your mics. This is not so formal. We're all together here as a
Thank you,
family.
Mark. So what I'd like to say is that the question was asked a little bit earlier on about the salt in the waters, and I know Mr. Kesha said before that one drop, one life. So when it comes to washing the gans, maybe we could do it the other way round and take one drop of the very essence of the cup of life, the very salty 15% salinity of the water, and drop that one drop into another container, whether that be a small little glass jar, or whether that be the ocean. And that one drop will have the same ability as and spread the strength. It's dilution. So it's a bit like everything that we know about, I can't think of the name now, of this, you know, when you actually dilute medicine many times.
The homeopathic?
Homeopathy, that's the word, yeah. So it's the same thing. So it's the dilution of it that actually gives them the magnetic fields, that gives it the qualities, gives it the dimension of the fields that spread. So maybe we've been all concentrating on washing, that trying to wash energy. How Mr. Kesher said, how do you wash energy? How do you wash energy out of energy? So the only reason we would wash the waters is to make it a condition that our vertical friends and other dimensions would be able to tolerate in their environments. So maybe, as I said, the possibility would be to take one drop of the salinity from the cup and drop that into something else. And with the right intentions and thoughts, that will have the capabilities to spread this peace dome and the intentions across into the fields of your environment and the environment that we're all in, that we all breathe in. We all breathe each other's air. We're all part of the same condition, and so it will be received into the cosmic flow, into the magnetical fields, and we all will receive back from it. So in micro and macro, it's no different. So that's just some thoughts that I had. Thank you, Mark.
I see Doug is here from Australia. Are they doing any spraying around your area, Doug? If you can come to your mic. I'm not sure you can, but I often think of you and think of your location.
You read my mind, Mark. I was going to say something, and then all of a sudden you mentioned my name. I don't know how
you must have triggered me. I wasn't thinking of you. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, I believe I live in a country that's relatively sparsely populated, but I believe there are a lot of people, a fair number of people in this country that do spray. From the contacts that I have, they don't live, near me. But what I do is I go out at the earlier time, which is the 12 p.m. midday Central European time, and I spray in all the directions, north, south, east, and west. I walk out onto the street. At that time, it's 8 p.m. Local time here, so everyone is, and it's winter and quite cold at the moment comparatively. So everyone's snuggled away in their house, so I don't get an audience. But I notice the stars are very bright. Even if it's been cloudy, I've said this before, even on if the weather has been overcast, it seems that as I spray, or the stars seem to come out and sparkle very brightly. And I am absolutely positive that it's having a great effect, far beyond what I can understand or see. I was just going to also say, I think Mr. Kess said recently that with your washed Gans water, that's down to sweet water that you can drink, if you just take a drop of the highly salty first Gans water, and just a drop, and just pop a drop into the top of your washed Gans water, it reestablishes the potency. The washed Gans water isn't, I believe, as potent, if you like, as the salty water. So just a drop. That's what I've done, anyways. I just take a little drop and pop it into the container that I have my my washed Gans water in, and it doesn't make the water salty again, but it just recharges the water. Whether I heard correctly or not, I'm sure I did. But yes, Mark, back to the peace dome, I do believe it's one of the most important, if not the most important things that the common person, the average knowledge seeker can do. Because I really feel that when I'm doing it, others are doing it also all over the place, all around the world, not just in my country, but I feel connected through the process of spraying. And I am absolutely sure that it's having this amazing effect, subtle effect on the atmosphere of the planet, the behavior of the people. It's bringing, creating the conditions for what we are moving into, the plasma age. And, because we do these little things, I think in the future we'll look back and go, I was a part of that. I was helping, like a little part of the great picture. If we all do little things, it builds, small is beautiful in terms of plasma. And it builds into this huge change. So I don't know. I can't say anything else.
Very nice.
That's my experience.
Yes, and it said the greatest movement of the soul of the man.
Yes, I feel that very strongly when I'm doing it. That I'm.
I think of others spraying too when I'm spraying.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yep.
And
it seems like. Yeah. Go on.
No, you're on a large island nation, and so the average fellow would say, well, how are we going to connect across the oceans? But again, it's probably connected immediately, especially with your intentions. So we're connecting all the continents together. The oceans have no limitation for us, and we know no limitations as well.
That's what I feel, Mark. It took 6 months for the first Europeans to come to this country from Europe. 6 months on a sailing ship, and now we can connect in less than a split second with South America. I feel that very strongly. Africa, I feel it with North America, with Europe. That I'm. This process is joining these far distant, that we've called far distant places together in an instant.
So you are not anymore fired, huh?
Yeah, Jalal. No, I'm fired up, Jalal, not fired. Yeah.
Right, and as we heard in the question and answer of the 389, if we can go to the moon in an hour or less, how fast can we connect across this planet with these magnetical gravitational positioning systems? But the plasma, the creators knows no limitations. It's the fastest mode of travel, and nothing can outpace the fields of the creator. Thank you, Doug. It was great hearing from you.
Thanks, Mark. I was just thinking also, I sometimes view the history of travel, I like history, and my father was born in 1909, and it was the era still of mainly horses and carts, and steam engines, trains, and the way that in the last 120 or 30 years or whatever, how much progress mankind has made just on the matter state of traveling much faster. Now we have jets, and we have even rockets and other things which are still matter state. So, it's amazing, isn't it, that it's time now to move into this instant travel of plasma.
And same with the population of the planet. Maybe in the 1400s, it was only about 600,000 or something along that line. Maybe I'm off a bit, but now we're in the billions. So within just a matter of hundreds of years, we've gone from hundreds of thousands to billions, and this planet can hold many more. And we're going to be able to provide the energy needed in a very safe manner, which as I said, I've lobbied in Washington and so on to promote this nuclear power just to bring energy to people. Maybe it wasn't that safe, but I wanted them to have, and we're using it now. But as we know, there's no real safety system until this advanced technology appears on the scene. And that's why I was encouraging everyone to contact anyone in the nuclear or alumni of nuclear, all the different agencies and the people, just to get them to start to talk about. I'm sure they're all aware of the problem with the safety features, but now we have a solution. Okay, let me mute that mic. Jason, let me mute you. Okay, great. Anyone else with anything else they'd like to bring up at this point? Alex, we've given you a little break. Are you ready to come back in?
I'm still here, Mark.
Okay, feel free to ask Alex anything about inertia or fields or anything you'd like about the technology. But it is a beautiful movement of us all spraying together with our intentions and creating, it's the greatest movement of the soul of the man. So feel very proud and that you can be part of this. So all the souls are interacting, even though we think it's the physicality that's running the show here. Dan says 1 drop per billion has a different gradient proportioning the speed of movement of dynamic plasma than 1 in 10. Misty says beautiful, and Lissy says the invitation is when walk near the water, rivers, oceans, sewers, etc. Please give cup 1 for environmental harmony, I believe she meant to say there. Thank you very much, Sweta says, my dear Doug. Yes, we're connecting all the nations and the languages and the people together on this planet through.
And in Austin, it's extremely misty. There's it's like being in a cloud. It's like being in a cloud. And as I've walked outside, and I've just sprayed the 1 cup 1 life into the mist, and giving full intention. So the atmosphere, the condition of the mist has now received the plasma, and I'm giving intentions, and you can hear this now, of it into the mist that is spreading across all the field strength of this condition, and hopefully it will reach across, not hopefully, it will reach across the whole of let's say the conditions where this mist exists, and then transfer across and transmute across into the fields across Austria, across Europe, and then the Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, the planet, and on out into the unicos. And this is the beauty of this technology, with a thought and intention and motion, emotion, emotion, and actually creating this thought process and this initiation of the plasma. I think we can do it at any moment, and as I said, it grasps the moment. There's no time. We're saying every Sunday, but in any moment you can do this. Also with the thought, but also in physicality. Grab your plasma water, put a drop of it into the atmosphere, and create a condition. You can do this in any moment.
Yeah, Dean, what you were saying, yeah, I was thinking about something like that. Not that it Well, let's say you take a cup of water and you're very thirsty and you bring it to your lips. As soon as the water touches your tongue, it's like almost the whole body, there's a field that sort of radiates, even though the water hasn't even reached your stomach yet. So when you're talking about spraying into the mist or spraying, like I was thinking when you spray when it's raining, even though you're spraying over here, a mile away, it can be connected because the water just transfers the fields right across the rain, like the water on the ground. And I know you don't need water to do it, but I was just seeing a similarity to when you drink something, even before it as soon as it hits your mouth, it like a field goes through your whole body of, let's say, satisfaction feeling. And it's the same, I think, when you're spraying into the mist, all those little droplets are all connected. So they're projecting it as I see it. Now, we don't need water or moisture to make it happen. It's just feels, but for some reason, I think it might work a little bit better when it's moister. Just a thought.
So Mark, just sorry to interrupt you. So just going off what Doug said. So I've sprayed these, as you've just heard, I've just sprayed the water. And so the mist above where I am, I've just looked up and it's started to clear and there's two stars, one brighter and one not so bright. But I can see two stars, whereas before it was full on mist and there was no way you could see anything. It literally was like living in a cloud. And now all of a sudden I can see two stars. It's still misty around them, but I wish I could show you, but it wouldn't show up on the camera because it's very dark. But there's two stars come out, and it's quite exactly what Deg said.
There's more going on in these cups than we realize. It looks.
I know.
We made it look simple, but it's not simple. There's a lot going on, and it would take man hundreds of years to unravel it.
It is quite amazing. It is. That thought and intention, and with plasma, as I said the other day, and I know it, the universe is in constant communication with us. We are a part of it. So the moment we engage with it and focus and put a position there, the fields interact with you and cause this feedback loop, and you get all these interactions going on that Alex has beautifully said today, and you can physically and emotionally be part of it the moment that your thoughts and intentions are taken to that. And as I say that now, more stars are starting to show. I can now see 3 or 4, 5, 6, and it's great. I can see it's gradually clear, and yet the mist everywhere else is still very thick. But above where I've just sprayed, which is above my van and where it's parked, and other things, there's more stars coming out in this very moment. I think you can probably hear the bells in the church going off now. That's another thing that constantly goes. Now I'm starting to see the Great Bear is starting to come out now and show itself. That wasn't visible literally before I started spraying, and you could not see any of it. Now it's all becoming apparent. It's quite incredible when you actually as I say, when you actually take part in it, and it's quite incredible now. Now they're starting to show all around me. It's still misty, but there's stars that weren't there. And as I said, there's very, very thick mist everywhere else other than where I've just sprayed and where I'm looking up now. Now it's all clearing. And as I said, I'm starting to see stars that you just would never have seen before. And that was just from spraying the one cup, as you can hear me doing now. That's quite incredible. That's it in physicality. I'm looking at it. I know I wish I could show you, but I don't think it would show up. But
the universe is shining on you. It just wanted you to see it in the matter state.
Most definitely. That's quite incredible.
Yeah, very nice.
It really is. Thank you, Mark. Anyway, thank you all.
Thank you, Dean, for all you do in and around the foundation.
Yeah.
And Dan, would you, Dan, you just said, just to remember, in 22 hours at 21 CEST, Mr. Kesh's interview in the Italian group on the YouTube channel. Is this something new, Dan, or is this something that's going to be put up that was
I
done
know,
previously?
I know, and I remember, and I want to remember to the others, she had the possibility to look in, because I know it's in Italian, but also with translation for Mr. Cash.
Is this the 1111 channel?
No, it's Ali del Brulo. Perhaps
Is Stefania
another
here?
knowledge seeker from Italian you have here, who is able to explain. It's beautiful question, like a title. It's where we are and where we are going. This is the
I
title.
see Marco is here. Would you like to add anything here if you have any knowledge to share with us about this? Remember, in 22 hours, 21 CET, Mr. Kesh's interview in the Italian group on YouTube channel.
Alex, can I ask a question?
Yes,
sure. Yes.
Okay, Alex, first time, thank you so much for you all knowledge shared with us. My question is, the inertia is like a environmental harmony in that situation or not?
I seen your question in the chat there. The environment is the environment, okay, is the condition. The inertia is the transaction. So it is it's the exchange of the energy. And it is the point where there is a significant change. And so the reason I went through a special class on this is because this is such a critical point of change. It is the difference between us being in space and us being on this planet. So we can carry on, say, from the ground to the magnetosphere, but we're still in the environment of the Earth, you see. So what the inertia is, and why it's called the cup of the environment or the cup of inertia, is because it interacts with the environment. So the manifestation, and we said the manifestation may be plasmatic or physical, but the manifestation is the interaction with the environment. So why this is so important is because the light has mass. That mass is constant, whether it's on the Earth or on Mars. But the interaction between the environment of the Earth or the environment of Mars is different. I think you'll agree. So the recognition of the difference is the inertia. So it has an impact on what the result is. And so really the environment is different in all different cases, and the plasma adjusts accordingly. So it's, if we can transcend the various energy levels, and this is what I want to talk about next week, but it's just to, because you brought up the point, it's easier to exchange the energy at a higher energy level because the fields are open. When you get into the matter state, the fields close up. And you know that because all you have to do is bang your head against the wall and you'll feel the pain. So, you know, in physicality, in order for us to eliminate the pain, we have to stop banging our head against the wall. But in the plasma science, we have to open up to the universe and allow the energy to flow. And then we can release the energy that we don't need and bring in the energy that we do need. But we don't do that by clenching our teeth or clenching our fists. We do that by allowing the energy to come in, because the energy doesn't force. The energy will not force. So if you give the energy, the person you give the energy to does not have to accept it. And this is the problem. When people are disconnected from their plasma condition and they fail to recognize it and they insist on the physicality first. Well, the physicality is a manifestation of the plasma reality. Second, the physical manifestation is second. The plasma manifestation is first. And the result of the plasma manifestation is the result of the inertia, which is the interaction of the fields. And it's not just the sun and the earth, because we're here as well. So now it's a complex interaction, right? So we came here also the same way. Our soul carried an energy field, carried a mass, came here and interacted with the environment of the earth. And somehow we transmutated and transformed into an energy within the range on this planet. So that's the whole purpose. And it's one of the reasons that I personally stayed away from describing the cups, the 5-cup stacker, as this is the first time I've discussed the 4th cup of the 5-cup stacker. But you know where the 5th cup is, and that is, you know, the earth. And so the most important thing, and the reason I haven't gone into that is because I didn't think that after 19 months, we'd still be talking about the same thing. But then I didn't think we'd still talk about cancer today when 30 years ago, I got rid of cancer in 8 weeks. So, you know, I guess that's inertia. The way they describe it in Wikipedia, you know, nothing changes. Well, if we understand that energy is always in motion and you give and take what you want to give. So you are the participant. You're not the observer. You cannot be the observer. You cannot extract yourself out from the plasma. You cannot. You are part of it. We're all part of it. And we get what we deserve because we abdicate our responsibility. And that's one of the problems with knowledge. Knowledge imbues responsibility. And the way they taught our society, especially in the last 2 generations, is to avoid responsibility. So those who have the least talent take the responsibility. Really? Where does that rule come in? So, you know, we say, oh, you know, what's going on an international level? Well, that's not my business. How does that affect my tiny, perfect world? Well, guess what? We're locked down, we have masks, we have social distancing, and we still go to bed terrified at night because we don't know who to believe or what to believe. So now, what has been consistent all the way through? Name one thing that has been consistent, and that consistency is the truth. So that's why we're all here, okay? Because after 19 months, the chances are after 20 months, it's going to be the same story. And from the way I see how they're playing their game, this story is going to get worse. But, you know, if that's how it has to go, because you tell the lie often enough, it ends up being the truth. Well, they've turned us into the truth. And thank you very much. So now it's time for us. Make our cups of life, make our peace dome, and understand that the physical spraying is not necessary. It is a wonderful learning tool, and it is a way to interact with other people. So we know in my community, I cannot go on the street and spray like that. They'll arrest me. But in Brazil, you know, people get together and they have little parties where they're showing how to make the cups of life. That's like fantasy world for me here. That's a fantasy. I can't get anybody to come in and, well, just a few people could come and help make coils and things like that. You know, to have a dozen people come into a home and make the cups of life and spread the good cheer and see all the smiling faces. That's not the Canadian way of life. And I'm sure Mark would agree, that's not the way the American life is. Look how many people we have coming to the North American Corona team meeting week after week after week. And who is it? It's the international community. This is the North American International Corona team meeting. So, you know, we've come to the point where why is the answer? Why don't these people come? That's the answer.
Well, you
They
know,
have made
Alex, I've been asking people, I've been telling people there's a big change coming on this planet, and most of them say, I can't wait. Others say, we're ready for it. We can't wait. We want a change on this planet. I mean, they are sitting back and really not doing anything at this point, but they're really, I think the people have gotten so fed up with the status quo, or what seems to be the new status quo, that they're all being prepped to accept a beautiful change coming on this planet. So that's what
Yeah,
I've been finding. They say that I can feel something's ready to
Yeah.
change.
Yeah, on a soul level.
Yes.
Okay, so they're still disconnected. You know, it's like the Phil Collins song, I can feel something in the air tonight. Yeah, you can feel it. Yes, you can. We all know that we can feel it. Translate that. What's the change going to be? And when is it going to be? So, you know, month after month after month after month goes by. It's been 19 months. The people who are paid to look after the job are not doing the job.
I think the field strength will start to rise up after a bit. Like most people want to see something first before. Now here's Marco coming back in. Maybe he'd like to add something. Marco, would you like to add anything? Sorry to interrupt you, Alex.
No, thanks very much. Yes, Marco, please come in.
No, I just wanted to see if Marco would like to add anything to what's going on tomorrow in the Italian group on YouTube. They said it wasn't 11/11. It was not 11/11. It was something else. I don't see Stefani here, but maybe Marco would like to add something for us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, tomorrow we're going to let a free time from, we're going to let Mr. Cash talk, and there's another person who comes from another reality. His name is Marco Massoni, and he's working with many different things. He works for the OPPT. I don't know if anybody knows about this. It's the argument about the trust.
OPPT?
See, in Italian, it's called One People Public Trust.
Okay, well, I'm not familiar with that.
Anyway,
is that like the Great Reset?
No, it has more to do it has to do
economy size.
See, not only economy. The Pope in 1300, he wrote something about Bonifacio VI, I think it was the Pope. He wrote in a public letter that the whole world belongs to God because God realized and created this world. And since he is the official representative of this of God, the world is under his power, and he can benefit of this. Okay, and he declared this, and he also said, since the world went underwater and Moses saved the people and the animals from sea, then because respect to some laws of the sea that what you find is yours, the Pope declared that you all belong to us, and we will decide upon you in some way. And this is a public letter, 1303. And after that, the Pope realized the trust in England. And anyway, there's a very long story about this, that in Italy it's coming out in a very strong way, where in this trust, the church, the SEC bank is inside this trust, all the nations are inside this trust, as if they had a society position. So the Republic of Italy is in this trust. And it's very long to explain, but it has to do with this. Okay, it's an economic aspect. And this trust failed in 2013 when there was an economic crash. Also, all the people in this trust, crashed. So in this system is crashed. And they brought this to public judges, they brought this to the state. And when they brought this question to the governments and to the police, and they discovered that these people knew about this. And the most strange thing, I think in 2015, there was 5 million people that went to court because they wanted to take away their houses, or because they could not pay back the money that they had loaned. And their lawyers, they worked with the judges through this One People Public Trust. So they said, since all these organizations come from this trust, and this trust is now crashed, we don't have to give you money back. And on this, the strange thing is that all these cases fell down. The judges never went forward. It was as if they preferred to not talk about it than to go on with the courts. Is the microphone working? Are you hearing me?
Oh, yes, we're hearing
Yes,
you.
yes, Marco.
This is
It's
the first
about
time
the
I've heard
maritime
I think
law.
there's many different names, but this thing is happening in the whole world. Since 10 years, people are getting informed.
You mean like a day of jubilee where the debts are canceled? Is this what you're
Law
referring
of
to?
the maritime law is because you are when you're burning through the water, you are become the property of this trust. You are part, like a number, like a person. You are property of this. This is the major problem, and the system. I don't want to.
This is your social insurance number, Ballas.
Exactly. In Italian, our fiscal code has to do with this. A fiscal code is a code that should come from a television, a fridge, something that you buy and sell. But in a strange way, we humans have a fiscal code, okay? And some numbers, like a cow that you sell in the market, no? It has a number. And this is because in this trust, Italy results as a society, and every person that is born gets put inside the trust, and the trust gives the Italian banks a huge amount of money, which is the money that you would work in your whole life. Okay? Anyway, it is like as if the Pope said it on one plane, on one dimension. No, he said Moses saved you all when you were in the water. And since the laws of the sea say that if you find something in the water, it belongs to you, your souls belong to us. Okay, and he said this in a letter, but then he translated this in a fiscal way, opening a trust. And 118 countries of this world are inside this trust. And the SEC bank, which is the bank that decides the rules for all the other banks, is inside this trust. Anyway, it's a very big thing, but this thing fell. It crashed in 2013. So the people before, when they would go to court, they would win in the court because they would say, I signed a contract between me and you, but the contract was not honest because inside there was not written that you belong to a trust. So the contract is not valid anymore. And they would win. After 2013, when all these countries crashed inside the trust, they're going to court now and they're all winning because they say you don't exist anymore. You are here, you're asking me something, but you are crashed inside the trust. And they all win the causes.
Who wins, the plaintiff or the defendant?
The people that go to court, like now in Italy, if you have to do a vaccine, you can use this. Instead of going to court and saying it's anti-constitutional, you can go to court and say, I don't recognize your authority because you belong to a trust, and I can demonstrate this. And in this trust, you are now crashed. You're failed. How do you call it when a company falls?
Bankrupt.
You're bankrupt. Okay, so you don't really exist. And anyway, all the contracts I signed with you were not honest because it was not clear that you belong to a trust.
There was fraud.
Exactly. If I sign a contract, that they also write that I read everything and I understood what I read, and I have to sign 2 times. But if in the contract you don't say that in the reality you belong to a trust, then this contract is not worth anything anymore because I didn't know everything. And so, these people are winning. I mean, for even the easiest things, like when we don't respect the lockdown, or they wanted to vaccinate people. And now people in the whole world, they're doing documents, official documents, where you inform the state that you know this, you inform the state that you don't recognize him, and you inform the state that you are, it's like as if you open another position in another trust. And I have friends who they have this document, and it comes out of our city, and it's signed and everything. So it means that they recognize this. This has a lot to do with America because the trust moved from London to America. I think it would be interesting. In the internet, there's a lot of information about this.
So we're just free on paper, but really we're owned by someone?
Exactly. Exactly. And everything, you see, all the banks, everything, so much things that of the American, the European world, and the church come from this.
So you're going to have Mr. Cash open this up tomorrow?
So we have Mr. Cash and we have this other person who is working on this, because when you sign the documents with the OPPT, you sign them not only because you want to go legally out from the system, but you sign also documents where your soul recognizes that it belongs to the cosmic laws and not to the laws that man made. So you don't belong to this trust. So in a way, they are working on different levels. So they work on a level where you recognize what you're signing with the banks and with the state, and what they are, in a way, asking you to do. And but on another level, you're signing with your soul to recognize that you don't belong to them. No, you belong to the universe. And so it's like as if they work on two different levels in the same time. And I found it interesting because in a way, I found some similar points with what we are doing. No, for me, the Universal Council in a way is working in a level, no, where you speak in all the languages and you try to find a vision for the future. So you're working on a level, no, and it's like as if the energy creates the matter, and you have to start to create an idea. You have to start to talk about an idea of the future if you desire it to realize, no? And on the same time, he's working on other levels, no? Because many times we talk about politics, many times we talk about economy, many times we talk about more material things, but often we're really talking about a soul language, no? So I would like tomorrow to see that even if different people are bringing forward something, many times they have common points. And I would like them to talk about what we were talking now, which moment we are living in this, what is happening in these days. No, it's something very big is happening in these days, and it's happening very fast. And I would like to ask them both their interpretation of what is happening and what they think could happen in a short period. I would like them to say maybe how can people get ready to be present and to participate to what is happening and see their point of view.
Well, I hope you'll put a link in the chat tomorrow for everyone, maybe in the Telegram
Yes.
or the student chat.
I already put in here in this chat the channel of Ali Del Brujo.
This will disappear after this meeting. So
I put in the Telegram of.
Okay. So if I understand, go ahead, Dan.
No, I finish.
So if I understand, Marco, what you're saying, and we're being taught that the soul comes from the creator is going to return to the creator, but somewhere along the line, someone took ownership of this soul.
Exactly, and put our souls inside a trust.
Wow.
And he did it in a metaphoric way, using it's a trinity, no? You make a triangle and you put something in it.
Yeah.
And they also did it in a trust, because in a trust there are three people. One puts the trust, another one organizes it, and another one benefits. And so they create a triangle of positions. And inside the trust, there is us, in the body and in the soul. And he first wrote this. In Italian, we say the bolle papali. It's every short period, the popes would write where they were going, where they wanted the church to go. Okay. And before this pope, there was a pope, his name was Clementino. Anyway, he wanted the church to take another direction. He wanted the church to follow a spiritual path. Okay. And he was very strongly opposing to the church that wanted the material power, no? And this pope, he was killed with a nail in his head. And then came the other pope, which is Bonifacio VI. And he was totally different. From him onwards, the church created all this material power, no? They had a military, big power. They had a political power. In Italy, in Florence, or you were with the Pope or you were with an emperor. But there were like two politic positions that you had to take. So the Pope was present politically, no? And he had an army who would protect you or kill you. He had his banks, he had his castles, so he was like any other king in that period. And the Pope chose this way of acting. No, and in that moment, the church became what the church is today. And the first thing he wrote was this: that everything on this earth was his, and he's going to not benefit, but decide what to do with these things. Like as if you have 3 houses and 4 cars, and you say, okay, I'm going to decide what to do with them, because I'm the administrator.
Interesting, you would say around 1300 this document was written. Well, at that time, 95% of the population on this planet could not read or write. It was only the king and the leaders in the circles, the close circles around them, that got any sort of ability to read, write, or got any sort of health care. So they produced this document when the population couldn't even read it. So how could you have anything like this?
Mark, the birth certificate is the document that signs you in, and the death certificate is the document that signs you out. And that's why there's a need for a marriage certificate, so that it takes into consideration the legal position of the two who are involved. But the birth certificate and what do you call it? Oh, there's another name for it, but the report that says that you were born is not one and the same thing. So those are
Yes, we've heard
things.
these stories about merchant or law of the sea, and the spelling of your name with capitals and without capitals.
Yeah, it's the orange frill on the flag, right?
But yeah, whatever. But to have someone write a document and have them agree to it when they can't read or write seems a total fraud to me.
Marco, I hope this will be recorded.
Yes, very interesting.
Yes, of course.
Very interesting.
Yeah, because my class tomorrow is exactly at the same time.
Okay. I think Dan will occupy, he will give you the link so you can see it the day after. And I will try to translate everything from Italian to English so that everybody can follow.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Marco.
I want to share a dream today. Now, can I?
Yes, please.
Last week we talked with Mr. Cash about the no hunger thing, about no eating, no killing. So that day in the night time, I was laying down in the bed and thinking about his idea, my idea about those things.
You
So
mean
suddenly,
the idea of rather than consume, try to connect.
yeah. And then I had it's not sleep or it's not wake between that moment. I saw I am sitting, it's like a kind of small boat. It's not boat. Children sometimes go to the swimming pool with the plastic thing, like those kinds of stuff. This one is thicker. I'm sitting on that, and I'm in the ocean, and I am moving against the what is that?
The waves.
Waves, right? Yeah. And then another side, I saw I'm a normal day when I do a lot of stuff. I'm busy. I'm working and talking with my niece and this and that. I'm busy. 2 person. And 3rd person is seeing both of them. And I saw the third person thinking, oh, she always relax and sit over there, like the boat who is in the web. And then other one is always busy. So, and then suddenly I sat down and I thought, who is the third person? Who is thinking those kinds of stuff and who is seeing those kinds of stuff? There is me in the sea, another one, me in busy life, and who is talking and who is feeling their feelings. I didn't understand what is going on. Who is the third person now? I didn't understand. Does anyone know what is going on? Who is the observer? And this situation, I don't know. I didn't want to tell about this story, but after hearing those things, I don't know. I decided to talk about the dream. That's it.
Well, I wasn't there, so I don't think I can explain it to you, but it sounds
Third person's
interesting.
feeling was like a mother. If you give it to your child, the little baby, the food in the table, their table, little table, they always throw the food outside everywhere and they eat and then throw. The mother knows she always make mess. The child always make mess. She is not mad. She is not happy or just, she is just observer. The third person feelings was like that. Just watching two kids doing stuff.
Was anything to do with the Mitra?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, thank you for sharing that. If anything comes up, I'm sure the others will share with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, it's about 11:30, I think, in Europe right now. So perhaps we can, unless someone else wanted to add something else, please feel free. We have all the time in the world.
Mark, if you allow me, about the dreams.
Yes, go ahead, Dan. You don't
2
need
or 3.
permission from me. I'm just the same as everyone else.
Yes,
in
yes,
this
no,
room.
I asking permission only
Or
before
lower.
you close the registration, the recording. Regarding the dreams, my dream from 2 years ago, when I dream Mr. Cash with the window behind, laughing, in, let's say, and me looking. My dream is it's fulfilling it part by part. I shake hand of Mr. Cash. I see him laughing, and it's fulfilling my dream from 2 years ago. And I don't know the significance of why I dreaming before previous this moment, why is completing this moment, but I know nothing is accidental. It's like a testimonial.
Yeah.
Our soul is working in the dream.
Yeah.
But it normally shows you through the brain what you wouldn't understand on the soul level, as I understand it. The soul is interacting with another soul, but it shows you maybe your mother. It's interacting with your mother, but you wouldn't know that unless the soul channeled that through your brain to say, wow, I dreamt about my mother. So maybe your soul was interacting with another soul, like Mr. Cash, or
I think
someone else.
I was feeling like the three of them is me.
Well, you have the soul of physicality, you have the soul of the man, which is built on top of and above the soul of the creator. So would that be the three souls? The soul of physicality, the soul of the man, and the soul of the creator, which you are.
Could be.
I noticed a while ago that John has joined us. I don't know if he wants to add anything or say anything about spraying or any part of the foundation. I just want to give him the opportunity to, which he always has anyway, and everyone has, is to share anything with us.
Thank you, Mark. I don't know that I have much to add right now. There are things I could say, but sometimes it's best left unsaid.
I liked your question and answer from Mr. Kesh in the last workshop. I've listened to that a couple of times now.
Yeah, if you think about it, when we add our soul, excuse me, when we add our soul to anything, this is how we create. And I kind of knew the answer, but I wanted to kind of get a confirmation because I'm running some tests here in Arizona. And if you go back on some of the spaceship teachings, you know, he talked about how we created this spaceship with our energy fields. And he drew, I don't know if any of you recall, where he put up a drawing with the spaceship with little dots. And those dots were representations of, at the time he called them reactors, but the reactors can also be a human person, or even an off-world being. And that's how I'm trying to work with, you know, calling forward off-world beings to help support the creations that I'm trying to create. So rather than having an unenlightened person sit in one of those spaces, I'm trying to bring forward a enlightened being to sit in those space, in that space. And in my mind, it tells me I'm on the right path, but I'm working with experiments now to see how that comes about. I think, and I picked up from Mr. Kesh, the weak link in the chain is myself, and it's up to me to elevate myself so that all of the spaces that are created are in balance. Right now, they're, in my mind, they're out of balance because my strength is only what it is right now. But I noticed that when I'm in that space and I'm creating these fields, that I feel connected to all the other beings that I bring to the party, if you will. And it feels like maybe in that process that my soul is working its way towards a balancing. Just like, you know, if there were plain old reactors, then after a period of time, those reactors balance balance out within the fields. And I feel the same things happening with myself being in these fields of called elevated beings, working in harmony to co-create a spaceship. That in that process, that I also find I'll say an increase in a light quotient within my body.
John,
So
would
that's,
you, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say that's what I've been working on. Not too long from now, we'll be seeing our first unit show up in Arizona, if all goes well. As you know, it's tied to the peace agreements, and we want to make sure that things come forward in a safe and where the environment and timing is right.
When you mention elevated, we always think of a higher position or a stronger position. That person's elevated. How do you see it in relation to being more humble to be elevated? Do you have to become smaller and weaker and giving more, or do you take a higher position or a stronger position?
So this is a very tricky
Yes.
question, because you want to be humble, but you don't want to be weak. In other words, you claim your power, but your power is not subservient over others. So this is something that I've been working on. To say you're humble, it doesn't mean that you're weak. And you have to kind of figure out what's weakness and what's humbleness.
Right. Mr. Kesh says we always go for the bigger and the stronger, where he goes for the smaller and the weaker, which is closer to the creator and a giver.
I don't know if the word weaker is correct, Mark. Because you don't necessarily give up your power or your strength and your understanding that you're this magnificent being. You don't say, well, no, I'm not this magnificent being. I'm a nothing. But the same token, you have to be humbleness and weakness are not the same.
I was just thinking of the black hole being a weaker.
Can I explain a little bit?
That's
yes,
fine.
Go ahead.
My feelings is humbleness is like a nano coating. You make yourself like so numb, so soft, so observable, and so bigger, so thinner, so lighter, so you can observe of everything. That is humbleness. Everything in yours, inside you, is like you are protecting everything, and you are part of everything, and you are everything. And you are, that way you are so humble. It is my feeling, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. I always use the words, thine will be done, not my will. In other words, I'm not in control. God's in control.
and no control is there. Yeah. Just like a wave, let go everything
Exactly.
and observe. Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting, he sort of described the stones in Stonehenge and the center position, and you had mentioned a crystal. And it's a little tricky for me to understand all that, but there is a center position that's very important as well.
That is your intention. You have to keep good in your heart, and everything else is with that, like a centerpiece.
Maybe we can open this up a little bit next time we're together, a little bit more.
Okay.
Don't know if we'll get anywhere, but we can try. We have nothing to lose. We have a lot to gain. John, do you want to continue?
I was just looking for the video that I created. I might spark some other interest. Let me see if I
Good.
can find it in the
Yes.
background.
Okay. Do you need 5 minutes or so, or?
Hold on, I'm looking for it now.
Okay, take your time, no rush. I was going to say, it's approaching midnight in Europe. There's a class coming early in the morning for some of us. And feel free to join the Universal Council or apply to, or to become a private student of the Keshe Foundation. I'm going to end up by playing the formation of the Universal Council and then the final disclaimer when John finishes, unless someone would like to add more.
Okay, let's see now. Go to, oops.
You're going to be becoming quite busy in Arizona in the very near future, it sounds like, interacting with scientists from all over the planet. So this is very exciting.
Okay, I'm here in Arizona. And can you see that? The creation of the starship.
Yes.
I have 12 chairs equally spaced around the dome. And I want to show you what I've done. So in this chair here is where I'll sit. And then in each one of these other chairs are going to be Arcturians. I've asked the Arcturians to come and help me with the creation of this spaceship. And then in this chair opposite of me is my friend. And in the center area here, I have this crystal ball captured the soul, identified it as needing unity. So all the souls will be focused into this center area.
Please talk into your mic.
Mr. Kish. This is from a video. It's echoing a little bit. That's what we're going to do. We're going to create this spaceship. So that was the video.
What made you choose the distance?
So this is where the universal body enhancement systems will be. Each one of those chairs represents where a universal body enhancement system will sit. And remember, he told us that the that the universal body enhancement systems could be utilized for spaceship, to create a spaceship.
Yes.
So it's my feeling that our energies could also be used, just like our energies can also be used to be its own spaceship, if you will.
We know no limitations.
Who have you invited, John? Who are the other 12? 10?
They're off-world beings.
Pardon?
They're off-world beings. They're Arturians.
Off-world beings.
They're not.
Am I one of them? I saw my initials in there. So am I one of the off-world beings or?
You know, you're one of the off-world beings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you still seeing my screen?
Yes. Okay, let me put the background back up. Sorry about that. Did you want to show more, John?
No, that's all I wanted to
Okay.
share.
Thank you very much. It's a very beautiful place you've created there. Thank you.
Yeah. So when I talk in the video, you hear a lot of that echoing sounds, especially when I stood in the middle. That dome creates an echo chamber, if you will. But you know, getting back to the universal body enhancement systems coming into that space, similar things will be created if we allow them to be created with the body enhancement systems. This is how we're going to be able to create our spaceship.
And doesn't each one of those enhancement systems carry its own soul?
That's my understanding, yes. So it'll be the body enhancement systems will interact with each other. Each will have its own heartbeat.
I mean, when I first saw the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, I felt like I could get right in it and fly. Of course, I don't really need that, but maybe as a helping hand to get started.
So yeah, it'll be a helping hand to get started. It'll balance your energies so that your energies are compatible with universal energies within your soul that will give you a kickstart if that's your desire.
Okay, anyone would like to ask a question or add to the knowledge? Thank you, John, for sharing with us.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there's no other comments or questions or knowledge to be added at this point, we will play the creation of the Universal Council and then the final disclaimer, and we'll end the meeting, and we'll put it up in the Telegram hopefully shortly for those who want to disseminate it into other places.
If I can just thank everybody for being here today. It was an honor for you to allow me to make a presentation today, and I was really excited about all the contributors today. A lot of good things are happening, obviously, so it's a very, very special time. So I want to thank the North American team, the North American International team, and Mr. Cash, John, and especially you, Mark, for carrying the torch for all of us here. And I'm going to pass it over to you, and we'll looking forward to a great week.
And as someone once said, we haven't seen nothing yet.
And if I can add, you will see a lot this Thursday. Good evening. This Thursday teaching will be a very special teaching, and it will prepare most of the knowledge seekers for the next step to become what we call the passengers of universe, but the first structure we teach to make you all going through the first step of not eating, not taking medicine or medication, and at the same time, elevation of the soul to be able to pass the boundary of the physicality of the mind. This is part of the Keshe Foundation work in bringing new dimension into teachings, and many of you we will change your course of your life as of this Thursday if you choose so. And this is part of the work we do in creating new, what we call pressures on the next phase of what we call our peace talks. If you are fast enough to be able to follow what we put out this week, you might be able to see the results enough to come up with the testimonies on it. But what is going to be taught this Thursday will undoubtedly will change all your lives. Every single one of your knowledge seekers and those who follow. We bring a dimension preparing man to be ready gradually to become man of a space that he does not need to consume any more food. And totally a new, but most of you know, technology will be introduced that feeds your soul, feeds your physicality, feeds the soul of your physicality. Anyway, prepares you for the next step in becoming man of space. And then with this new system, you have a choice. Use it the right way, you elevate your soul to become the traveler of space, or pass the boundary of your body to extend the physicality to become encaged by the soul. Or you feel the physicality, but be aware of the new condition which your physicality will live under. It's a very interesting, and I think it'll be one of the most beautiful teachings for a long, long time. And before anybody of you ask me how was the conference, we had this very successful conference, extremely successful, and we hope the next conference will be in Moscow. We will announce as we said soon about it. It was one of the very successful conferences. We achieved more than we came here for, and now the conference is over. We've achieved a lot in Romania, and we were expecting it. Negotiation with different officials from different governments, different aspects of the technology has brought a new dimension to the way we work, and we hopefully see the next step with it. If you're a knowledge seeker, don't miss this Thursday teaching. You will see it's you who will be there to bring the next step change. But you will say, oh, I thought it can be done. But now we actually go to show you how to create a dimension. In a way, what I've been teaching for past few weeks now, we put a new dimension to it. And I'm sure many of your knowledge seekers will be amazed in what the next step brings for man to walk away from killing and everything else which is habit of him now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, you have it right there from the source, not to miss this Thursday. So we'll remind everyone, and I do believe this is the last week of the private students' classes, although some will continue, I'm sure. Hopefully Jalal's class will continue and Rick's class will continue. The Knowledge Seekers workshops will continue. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race will continue. And this Sunday meeting will also continue.
I think, Mark, after what Mr. Cass said, it will be continue.
There is something which, please, knowledge seekers, bear in the back of your mind, long-term plan. As we said, the Keshe Foundation is setting up, is working towards opening the first space university. We are looking for knowledge seekers who can become what we call teachers in this institute. This is a full-time job and more or less is a long-term job for being teachers in different aspects of the Keshe Foundation technology. Once we complete this by January, we'll put up the list of the teachers and the jobs we offer. We expect to have at least about 200 to 500 people as staff, teachers, researchers, lab researchers, and the rest to support others to start. But we think we'll have the first and its most beautiful place to have a university. It would have taken us at least 3 or 5 years to build this. Now we have been very lucky if we get the finals okay, that this condition is being given to us. We can take maybe up to 3,000 students, but we need at least around about somewhere in between about 200 to 500 staff, especially people who want to be the research into development. And we look to the next step. We have requested for flight condition to be granted to Keshe Foundation to start testing directly in governmental space flight tests in the next 2 or 3 months. If we get grant to test flight, we will start showing the systems to gradually become ready for what we call March or what we call June the 6th next year. Keshe Foundation has officially requested from governments to grant us flight path. And in the next 2 or 3 months, we should receive, hopefully, the certification and license to be able to test. And we tell you in advance because we have a reason for it. But if our request with officials grant us the flight channels and the flight system to be tested, it will give a huge gain for the foundation. In officially, we will be testing systems with the presence of the officials from a number of nations gradually to build up to the 6th of June next year. And officially, government has accepted the first interface between the Keshe Foundation and government officials from a number of governments to see how we will receive the flight path and how we will get the authorization to take flight, which is something we've been looking for. And we have chosen a country where they are very receptive to allowing these kind of technologies to be developed. And once we complete this, Keshe Foundation officially will start testing what you call flight systems with the support of and the license to do so. I hope this answers a lot of you. But this will happen in different countries, different nations, which we will not disclose. But this official request for flight now puts Keshe Foundation officially on the path to become an official space agency. And I hope it makes many of you happy with this.
Now I have a problem, Mr. Keshe.
You have no problem. You're staying on Earth. We need you here. You're not flying. We took your certificate away from you.
Okay, you read my mind.
Yep. You wanted an excuse. I took the excuse away from you. But we'll see. We have now officially requested for flight permission, which means we are ready to show, to test, and to demonstrate. This time, we have moved to somewhere that no one can create problem for us. Doesn't matter how many telephone calls they make. Thank you very much.
Thank you for extending yourself after a rigorous 2-day conference to bring us such beautiful news. And I hope it elevates everyone here.
I think a lot of us were not going to sleep tonight.
Well, you must go to sleep, otherwise you'll be falling asleep in the Thursday teaching.
My dear, with all this boost of energy, how are you going to sleep?
I don't know.
It will increase the boost.
Anyone else before we play the formation of the Universal Council?
I remember Mr. Keshe saying, your soul is never sleeping, and you have in the spaceship, you have always the light, and is needed to what we are doing. You are blinding, or your change this light to what you are needed.
So hopefully they've waived the license, the flight license requirements for us. We'll see.
I need the license for my soul to fly.
No, of course not. No, of course not.
Yes, you do. But the only difference is you issue the license for yourself. You don't need them to give you a license. It's a beautiful condition. As we said, the Keshe Foundation is on a very rapid structural move. And this literally puts Keshe as a science spaceships institute, as a space agency, as a space, as an organization will start flight tests. And this changes a lot for us. It won't be so easy, but the scientists from the government in the press negotiations are become literally puzzled that such a technology exists, and they wanted to go on test. So we have to find the legislation for it to allow literally invisible flights to take flight and be able to see it or confirm the motion. We need this one on the back of what we said about transmutation of the people in Linz. So we have to do it outside the countries and bring it back in. And this allows us to create part of the transmutation as part of the flight system. So when we send the systems out to the country of destination, we already have tested and it can be shown. And it's a breakthrough for the Keshe Foundation. We have officially now entered negotiation with the governments for right to fly with a new technology. And this will give us a huge, what we call advantage in what we call opening of the new space program and putting pressure on the negotiations which we are dealing with. And as I said, we turn to what we call the key one more time, tightening more screws on the what we call superpowers, that they have no power, and we now enter in that position. And with requesting for flight system, which means we need people who can stand long-term duration of literally not needing food, and we create environmental food feeding is part of the process. And you will understand if those who are in advance enough to see the breakthrough, which we could actually, we should have done this 2 years ago, but you were not ready. But now we give you physicality and your soul a new dimension of presence and acceptance, and in a way meeting the need of the man in totality in space. But it's a game changer. But then there is a development in how different knowledge, because we develop this technology to its next step to become a space program. And hopefully next few weeks you will see a new range of materials which will change the many things which you have been following, and I've made you prepared for it. We wanted to hold this back till the Romanian conference where the Russians were with us and other nations, and we have managed to complete the first cycle, which we were expecting with different nationalities and government officials. We met and we meet, and what is to come. So in so many ways, the first steps for KFSSI, Special Institute, to become an official space agency has taken place. And we'll see, we inform you. We had to make the trip to meet with these people to complete it. And the first steps are very favorable, because the nation is open to new science and technologies which they want to be part of. The gravity of this literally puts us in the level with NASA, but we have registered the request as an international organization, as a Keshe Foundation Space Institute. So all of you have become part of this energy, what we call a space organization, once it's granted, and we think we will get it in the next 3 to 6 months. And I'm sure many of you will be there to try to develop and save or take the first journeys with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
As I said in the conference, I do my part, you do yours. And as long as we can keep the Keshe Foundation, the knowledge seekers and the governments working three together, we put the knowledge out, you show the knowledge, and government follows the way we say so. And we are just about to get to that point. The resolution and what we need is achieved, which is overall a problem, but as knowledge seekers being there, and a lot of knowledge seekers in a way being there to support the knowledge to stay where it is, has given us the opportunity to move into the next level. And now what was missing in the Keshe Foundation, which was part of and the origin of our work, which was a space program, now is officially on the table. And we will change the course of the space technology within the next 6 to 12 months. Don't forget, all of us will learn it in 25th of November. in 2011 when we wanted to show the first flying car in Eindhoven in the what I call disgraced nation of Belgium. Came up with the idea, you don't have a license to fly, you go nowhere. And now this time we learned we will have a license. And we fly any destination officially as a space agency. All we need to do is to define the path where we land and how we take off and the rest of it. We will keep you posted.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there with Mr. Kesha's final words. Okay. Let me bring up the next.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised. And this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look to our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand. To be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become. In being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle. Which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Mark,